This is a VRChat tutorial. I'm going to be building the world that you see on screen right now from start to finish. I'm going to be using a workflow where I start in Blender, model the whole world in Blender, and then bring it over to Unity, and then set it up for VRChat. We're going to make it Quest compatible and PC compatible. Some things to note: if you don't know Blender, it's going to be a bit challenging, but I'm going to do my best to explain everything that I'm doing, and I'll have screencast up at the bottom left, so you'll be able to see every key that I press if I miss something. Also, you can message me and I'll help you with anything as well. Also, this world is available to download. There will be a link below this video so if you want to just pick up this world and to try it out and test it, you can totally do that, and the world will be downloadable in the links below, and it'll also be on my Patreon. Also on my Patreon, you can go, and I have I'm working on modular worlds, so I've got one up for free, so if you want, you can snag that and play with those assets as well. Also, one more thing, I decided to split this tutorial up into two sections. So part one is going to be just modeling and building the space in Blender, and part two will be doing all Unity stuff and getting it ready for the game. So yeah. So to begin this tutorial, what I did is I just went on Google and I typed in, I think it was like fancy apartments, and I tried to find one, and I've found this image, and so this is the image I'm going to use as like a reference to build. So obviously it's not going to, I mean, you already saw what it already looks like. I don't know what it looks like yet. But yeah, it's not going to be perfect like this. All the textures are going to come from one place, which I'll show you. And so we're going to get it as close as possible and build something nice. I also drew out a very detailed blueprint of what it looks like from the top down. So I'm going to be building the spawn over here, a mirror spot here, and I'll probably put windows right there because, I mean, you can't really see a lot of this, so I'm just kind of guessing. I'll build the sofa out here, and then here's the loft and the video player and the stairs. So this is kind of the design I'm going to go for, and so yeah, let's start with Blender. I'm in Blender 2. I think this is 2.82. So yeah. Alright, in Blender 2.82, doesn't really matter which one you're in as long as it's 2.8 if you want to follow around. Alright, let me make sure screencast is on. So now you can see what I do in the bottom left here. And to make this, I'm going to start with a plane. So Shift A allows you to choose a mesh, allows you to choose any one of these. I'm going to choose a plane. Press Tab to go into edit mode, and then I'm just going to scale it by pressing S, and I press Shift Z to scale on just the X and Y axis. When you press Shift and an exit or an axis like Z, it takes it off. I hope that makes sense. So what I do for scale is I always like to I use a cube because I know where my VRChat avatar is in relation to a 1 meter high cube. So usually I just bring in a cube and I make it 1 meter by 1 meter, and I kind of just use this for reference. I need to save this, so let's go to I just press Control S by like instinct. This is good. I will save this. Documents, VRChat Worlds tutorial, and I'm just gonna save it right here. I'm gonna call this small loft. How about that? Save Blender file. Cool. If you're new to Blender, some things you should know about movement, which I guess I should have said first, is if you press the middle mouse key, you can move around like this, and you can see middle mouse in the bottom left. Scroll is zoom in and out. If you hold the middle mouse key and press Shift, you can drag around the scene, and that's kind of the main movements. One thing you should know is in Blender, your camera centers on something, and you can zoom in, but it starts to get like real slow the more you zoom. To fix that is you need to change where that center is. So you can do it by pressing shift and moving the camera around. This is a bit tedious. What I like to do is I like to choose an object in the scene, and if you press period on the numcat or on the number pad, it will automatically shoot your camera and create that object as the center object. So if we do a bigger object and we press that period key, or it's the decimal thing, yeah, it'll shoot to that object. So the cube here going in brings you all the way in, hitting the plane and pressing it goes all the way to that one. So pretty simple. So as far as scale with this space, is this good? It could be. Seems cool. Obviously my avatar is not this thick or wide. My head on this, I mean my avatar is like 4'7", so the head would be like around here. A normal size avatar would probably be like that. So this is 6 feet, or it's 2 meters. I don't know if that's exactly 6 feet, but it's pretty close. It's 6 feet. So that someone's top of their head would be right there. So using this to determine whether or not this space is big enough, it might be. So let's get to modeling. Let's open this and let's go to our very detailed blueprint. So we're looking at this. The loft is going to be over here. It's going to be over here. The spawn's going to be over here. Some windows here. Wall. So I'm just going to extrude 3 walls here. I selected the plane. Press tab to go into edit mode. I press 2 to choose the edge tool. I'm going to select that. Hold shift. Select this edge and select this edge. And then I'm going to press E. And then I press E to extrude. And then I press Z to lock to the Z axis. And I'm just going to bring it up. One thing I'm going to also do is go here in the top right and hit back face culling. So that way I don't see the sides with no like normals on it. So cool. Now I question myself again, is this a good size? I still don't know. Which is fine. We will figure it out. So yeah, I guess the first thing I want to do, I feel like I could probably bring it out more. Yeah, maybe. Let's do this. So what I did is I selected this plane, press tab to go to edit mode, press 3 to choose the face, and I can choose any face. I'll choose this face. I press G to move, and X to lock to the X axis, and there we go. Cool. So now it's a bit bigger, which is neat. Let's build this loft, and this loft we don't have to build it off of this wall. We can maybe duplicate this cube and start building it off this cube. So I just select this cube, press shift D, and now I've got another cube here. I'm going to press shift Z to lock it to the X and Y axis, and I'm just going to bring it over here, press the period on the number pad to zoom directly to this cube. And now I'm gonna do my best to model out this loft thing. As you can see, this loft thing, I mean it's not the material on here is the same on this back wall here, and it like shapes this whole area around here. So I'm gonna do that. Maybe what I should do first is build a spawn. Let's build a spawn. So we'll just keep this cube over here for now. And obviously, as I'm building this out, I'm just kind of picking things that I want to model. There's really no like serious method here. I'm just kind of all over the place. So yeah, I'm just gonna duplicate this again. Shift D while I have it selected. I'm gonna press Shift Z to lock it to the X and Y axis, bring it over here, and I'm just gonna build this thing. Or I guess, you know what? It doesn't matter, because I can just use a Boolean modifier to cut into it. Alright, so I just deleted that. Gonna go back to the loft area. Let's grab this cube, and let's bring it over here. Let's go into edit mode, press the face option, and choose this face, and I'm just gonna bring it out. And I'm gonna assume that, or this is basically gonna be the wall for the spawn area where that door is gonna be. So I want to try to make this as long as that needs to be. Let's look at this picture again. That goes back pretty far, I feel like. I feel like this is pretty far too. So I just selected that face, press G and then Y to lock to the Y axis. I'm just going to bring that over. One thing to know about in Blender when you're moving something, so like I have this face selected, I press G to move it, press Y to lock it to the Y. Just moving your mouse back and forth moves it, but if I had control, it snaps to the grid, and if I hold shift, it snaps a smaller increment. If I just hold shift, then it moves freely, but much slower than if I wasn't pressing shift. So yeah, that's important. So I think the grid that it's snapping to right now is set to 1 meter. I think you can change that up here. Yes, but I'm not going to. I think it's fine. So I feel like that's a bit too high. That's a bit too small. And I'm kind of just eyeballing it. It's okay to eyeball. Some people will tell you it's not, but I say it's okay. Let's go back to this image. Yeah, seems good. I'm actually going to move this a bit this way. That seems good. I'm gonna actually close this wall on this side, and then we'll deal with it as it comes. So I selected this plane, press tab to go to edit mode, 2 to choose edge, I'm gonna choose that edge, I'm gonna choose that edge, I'm gonna choose that edge, then I'm gonna press F to close that up. And yeah, now we've got a wall on that side, which is cool. So if we see over here, we have like, so this cube here is kind of like this right here. I'm gonna try to just build this up all the way on this side and bring it over. So I'm gonna do this. Oh, I guess I should explain what I just did there. Alright, so I have this cube selected. Press tab to go to edit mode. I'm pressing Control R to do an edge loop, and then I click, and now I can drag it to where I want. And I'm gonna drag it to right there. And then I'm gonna press 3 to go into the face mode. I'm gonna select this, press E to extrude up. I'm pressing Z to lock it to the Z axis. Though when you extrude, it does automatically I think locks to the normals on whatever way they're facing. So this normal is facing up, so it locked to the Z axis anyways by default. So that's like at the ceiling. This ceiling's too high, I am learning. So let's select, press tab to go back to object mode. Let's choose this plane. I'm gonna select all of these top walls. So I press 2 to go to the edge mode. If you hold Alt and then press an edge, it should wrap around the entire object. And I'm gonna bring this down quite a bit. That seems good. So press tab, go back to object mode. Let's choose this, edit mode, press 3, so I have this selected. I'm gonna press G, Z, and I'm gonna bring it down, and that's epic. Now, what I want to do is build this wall out that comes this way. So I'm actually gonna press Control R to do an edge loop again. but on this side, and I'm going to bring it to like right here. Press 3 to go into face mode. I'm going to select both of these. Press E to extrude, and I'm just going to bring it all the way over. So now we have something that looks like this, which is sick. I don't want the whole spawn area to be this big, but I do like the size of this right now. So as I said, I'm just using this as a reference. I'm not really concerned with getting it exact because I really don't care, to be honest. It's a VRChat world. I'm not trying to do a one-for-one recreation of this space. I'm trying to make a cool, chill environment to watch YouTube videos with my friends. Epic. Alright, so I instinctively just deleted these. So basically when I go through and I edit things, I usually delete the faces that I don't need, or at least I try to, because if you don't need them, why do you have them? It's just more faces to render, which is pointless. So I'm still in edit mode in this object, so I'm going to do another edge loop. Control R, whoops, kind of went too fast with that. Control R, I'm going to click, and then I'm going to bring this right here, and I'm just going to select these faces. I press 3, face select, and I'm going to press E, and it locked to the normals of this object, but that is the x-axis, so I can just press X2. Also, I'm just going to delete these faces because I don't need them. I also don't need these, or these, or these. I'm holding shift and selecting these faces, by the way. I'm just going to delete them. I don't need them. So this is the entrance. This is the spawn area. You know, we could do some cool things in here. We're gonna model a plant over here. We could probably duplicate the plant once we make it and bring it into here, and I think that'd be nice. But what we should do is create this little door hinge thing. So let's do that. I'm going to select this cube. I'm in object mode again. I'm going to select this cube. I'm going to press Shift D. I'm going to bring it, you press Shift Z to lock it to the X and Y axis. And then I'm just going to bring this over here. Go into edit mode. Press A to select everything on this object in edit mode. Press S to scale. And I'm going to press X to lock to the X axis. And I'm just going to bring this in. I'm not quite sure how much I want to, like how thick this needs to be. That actually seems pretty good. Bring this down a little bit. Alright, let's keep modeling this. Alright, let's go into edit mode. I still have everything selected. I'm gonna press S, Y, and I'm gonna bring it to like right there. Now I want to get this perfect. I could eyeball this, extrude it up, extrude it over, extrude it back down, but I'm gonna do it a bit differently. I'm actually going to let's select this, and actually I was gonna use a mirror modifier, but I'm not gonna do that. I'm gonna try to limit the amount of modifiers I use, assuming that someone watching this is kind of a beginner. So how large do I want this door to be? I'm just going to duplicate this cube again. I'm in object mode. So this cube is 1 meter long, and I also have a meter long grid underneath, as you can see right here. I usually like to make my doors like 1.5 meters. I mean, most doors IRL are around 1 meter, but in VR I think it just feels better when it's just a little bit bigger than natural. So I'm going to do something like that. That's about 1.5 meters, and I'm just going to keep that there for reference. When I go back to this object that I just made, which is just this cube that's sitting here, I'm going to duplicate it by pressing Shift D. I'm going to press Y to lock to the Y axis and bring it right over. And now I've got 2, and this is going to be like the sides of my door frames. So so these are 2 separate objects. I can go ahead and get rid of this. I'm going to press X, delete. I'm in object mode still, so I'm going to select both of these. I'm going to press Control J to join these together. And if I press Tab, I'm now in edit mode. If I press 3, I now have face selection, and I'm going to select both these. And I'm going to press G, lock it to the Z axis. and bring it up. So now that should be 2 meters. What I think normal doors are somewhere around like 8 feet, so I'm gonna go just a little bit above there. That is 3 meters, so that's 9 feet. I'm gonna bring it down, and then I'm gonna extrude it a little bit, and I'm just gonna eyeball this to make sure that they're kind of the same as these and they look good. So I'm gonna press 3, make sure that I'm on face select. I'm gonna select this, and I'm gonna select that, and I'm gonna press X, and I'm gonna delete the faces. So now we have something like this. I'm gonna press 2 to select edge, and I'm gonna select the edges across from each other and press F to join them together. And that's how I'm gonna join this door frame together. So I'm gonna select that edge, oops, this edge, F, this edge, and this edge, F, and then I'm gonna select this edge and this edge, F. So now we have a door frame here. But also this this wall doesn't have an opening. So to fix that, I'm actually going to take this cube, I'm going to press Shift D to duplicate it, and I'm going to just kind of have this intersect this object, because I'm going to use a Boolean tool, a Boolean modifier to create this. So I just went into edit mode, made this cube roughly the same shape as this object. Now I'm going to press this object in object mode, and I'm going to hit this wrench over here on the right, go to add modifier, Boolean, and then I'm going to select this cube to cut it and press apply. Actually, let me show you what this was in. So this was set to difference. So yeah, that should cut a hole out into it. I may have issues because they deleted the faces around here, but let's see what happens. Apply. Nope, worked perfectly. So let's delete that because I don't need it. And now we have a hole here. That's epic. I'm gonna delete this because I'm gonna actually put so this isn't gonna go anywhere, but I do want a door here to look like as if like when someone spawns in, this is like a door that someone walked through. So I'll have this door open, and then this door will be closed. But before I duplicate it, I guess we should finish modeling this. I don't need to press that. Let's press this. Just gonna look at this door a bit and see what we can learn from looking at this thing right here. Cool. I'm just trying to think of like how this design is gonna look. What I'm gonna do to begin with is I selected this object. Let's go into edit mode, select the edges. That's by pressing 2, and I'm gonna press Control R to go into to create an edge loop. I'm gonna put Control Z. I'm gonna put one just in the middle. I'm gonna select this tool right here, offset edge loop, and actually let's go back to here. Let's grab the mouse. Let's make sure we're on edge. I'm just gonna select these 3 because that's the only ones I want this to manipulate. I'm gonna go and press the offset edge loop cut, and then when I select this and pull out, I'm gonna hold shift just to give me a bit more control. I'm gonna create like a part where the door, like the middle wood part within the door frame. So that's made. So let's go back to the mouse button and let's select faces. Actually, I'm gonna select edges again. I'm just gonna select these 3 in the middle. I don't really need them, so I'm gonna press X, and I'm gonna dissolve edges, and that's just gonna get rid of that edge there. Now let's go ahead and select these faces, and I'm gonna extrude them by pressing X, or I'm gonna extrude them by pressing E, and if I press Shift Z, should they or not? If I do E to extrude, S to scale, and that brings it in just like how I want. And now this top looks like garbage. Top and bottom looks like garbage. just fine. I'm just gonna select this top, press G, lock it to the Z axis, and bring it up until it like matches. Once again, I'm just eyeballing. People are gonna yell at me for eyeballing. It's my thing though. I got good eyeballs. So this is actually clipping the floor, so you don't actually see it, but I'm gonna go ahead and grab it and bring it down anyways. So since I select the edges I want, G, Z, and cool. It's perfect. But if you look at here, there's just a bit too much space for my comfort, so I think it will be cool if we select these edges. So I'm in edit mode again with the edge selection tool, and I'm going to select all these edges, and I just want to scale this in just a little bit. I'm going to scale it on the X axis, so we're just kind of taking it in. Scale X. That kind of looks like garbage. I'm going to not do this. Let's go Control Z. I'm gonna press 1. I think I need like a edge here to make it not weird. So I'm gonna press K for the cut tool. It's gonna snap to my vertices that I have here. And after I got the two that I want selected, I'm gonna press enter. I'm gonna do that on this side and then on the other side of the frame as well. It looks like I missed this by just a little bit, which is fine. If I press 1 to be in the vertices selection tool, I can press this and then press these two vertices, and if I right click, press merge vertices at first, so that's at first is the first vertice you chose, it'll merge right to that, so that way we don't have any weird vertices all over the place. So if you press K for cut, just do it on this side, and I think this should press enter. This should make it a bit easier or look a bit nicer. I'm actually going to select all these, so I'm in the edge selection tool now. Select this too, and I should be able to dissolve these without any issues. So X, dissolve edges. Yep, it's perfect. Alright, let's go back to edge mode or edge select. Let's select these edges. Let's go on this side and select these. And we're going to scale on the X axis, and let's just bring this in. Much better. That looks cool. Nice. Now I'm gonna add just a little bit more detail, so let's go to the edge loop right there. So there's a reason why we can't add an edge loop here. I forget what they call it. Hey, it worked over there. Okay, somehow it snapped to the center of this. I think it's because I pressed Control. Let's see if I can do it again. So select that. I'm gonna hold Shift and move this with the middle mouse button, and I'm gonna press Control. And yeah, if you hold Control with the knife tool, oh, that's what K is for, knife. If you hold Control with the knife tool, and you go to another edge that doesn't, it'll automatically select the center of two vertices, so that's cool. Alright, so I'm going to, what am I going to do? Just looking at this image and looking at this, just trying to get some cool details on this. So let's go back to this. Oops. Make sure you have the mouse. Select the edges you want first. That's pretty important because sometimes you'll be on this tool and it'll just keep creating edges because you click accidentally and then it becomes a mess. So now let's click it, and now let's make something like this, and I'm gonna go back to the mouse and we'll select these again. Then we're gonna go back here, and then I'm gonna do something like that. And now go back to your mouse tool. I'm gonna select, okay, I'm in face selection now in edit mode. I'm gonna select that. I'm gonna select these outer parts right here I just made. Press E, scale, X. Bring it out just a little bit. Nice, nice. I'm going to select these edges, so I'm back in edge selection. Oh no, I never got rid of these. Lame. I'm gonna select all of these then. I'm gonna press X. Woo! X, dissolve edges. And now, oops, I need to do it on this side too. X, dissolve edges. Now I'm gonna select these. So I just press Alt, pressed one edge, and it wrapped all the way around. I'm gonna do the same thing, but also this time hold Shift so I don't lose the selection over there. And I'm gonna bevel this by pressing Control B, and then I get this line and I pull out just, it's way too much. I'm gonna bevel it by just 1. So now we got this cool thing. And now the center, these center grids that I made, I'm in face selection now. I'm press Alt, hit that, and that wrapped all the way around. And I'm press Shift Alt for this. And then I'm gonna go on this side. I'm gonna press Shift Alt for that. Shift Alt, click this. I'm gonna press Extrude E, Scale S, X, X-axis. And now we got some detail here. Now, I don't know if you can't tell, but I'm just playing around. There's really no plan here. I'm gonna select these edges, press X, dissolve edges because I don't want to see it. Then I'm gonna select, go into edge mode, Alt click for all those edges, wraps all the way around. Alt click for those edges, wraps all the way around. Alt click for this edge, wraps all the way around. Alt click for that edge, wraps all the way around. And I'm gonna do Control B to bevel, and it's gonna go like that. This is sick. And I like that. I think that's good enough. I'm gonna do shade smooth on this. So I'm in object mode now. I right click, shade smooth. It makes the whole object smooth, which is, it looks really bad. So let's go over here to the vertice things, go to normals, auto smooth, and basically what this says is it only smooths face together based on if it's smaller than the edge that we set. So basically with that on, none of these get smooth. Some of them do. I think 45's good. I think it looks very clean. So yeah, cool. I'm gonna keep it just like that. So yeah, I'm gonna duplicate this, and let's bring this, oh, maybe I'm going a bit fast. So let me select this, press Shift D to duplicate, X to lock to the X axis, and I'm gonna put one right over here, and I'm just gonna have it clip this wall in the middle of this thing. So let's try to move this to where it's in place. And neat. Now after we model the doors, I can just put a door here and it'll look like it's closed. Now in the picture it has the door opening this way, but I think if I have the door opening out into the place, it will feel better because this frame is in a position in such a way that it would only make sense for the door to open this way. I would have to manipulate this wall a bit for it to not do that, and I don't really feel like doing that. So when we make the door, we will do it like that. So I could make the door next, but I don't want to, so I'm not going to. I am going to build this thing though. I like this thing, and I'm gonna make it. Wondering if I should make that little platform go up a bit higher than this, or have the top of it be this. I'm gonna have to go just a little bit higher. I wonder how the floor to that looks. I guess the floor would be that wood, the entire wood color. So let's duplicate this cube again. So I'm in object mode, select this cube, Shift D to duplicate, Shift Z to lock to the X and Y axis. I kind of do that just by instinct, by the way. In this case, it doesn't really matter. I'm just gonna kind of move it into place. G to move, Z to lock to the Z axis, and I'm gonna bring it to like right there. And how does this look? So I'm in edit mode with this cube selected. I press 3 to go into face mode. Let's select this, and I'm just gonna bring this to like right there. And then I'm going to do Control R to do an edge loop. I'm gonna bring that down to, once again, I'm just eyeballing all of this. So select this, press E to extrude, and it locks to the ways the normals is facing, so I don't really have to lock it to any axis, but it is the x-axis. So let's bring this out. How is this done? So it seems like there's enough room here for someone to stand if they want to. Maybe not that much room. Going back to object mode, pressing G, Y to select it, or G to move, Y to lock it to the Y axis. I'm going to bring this all the way over, go back into edit mode, press 3 to go into face. Then I'm going to select these faces and press G to move them, press Y to lock to the Y axis, and I'm just going to move this all the way over here. I kind of don't want these to clip at all. I'm going to do it in a way where it's okay. I don't know, but if I go back to, go back into object mode, and I have this object selected, I press G. I'm just going to move this back, press X to lock to the X-axis, and move that back to right there. Now, some people might say, well, you could have this directly up there without it clipping. If you stayed on the grid, but to that I say, shut up. Look, it's perfect. It's as if I had stayed on the grid. I just held shift to move it slowly. I am a great modeler. Cool. Let's grab this back part. Just gonna select both of these. By the way, you can see the type of selection I have here. So when I click and drag, it creates that. I like to have this. If you press W, you can change what it is. So if you look up here, it's changing. I like to have it on this, so I have this little cool thing to select. So just gonna select both of these, press G, lock to the x-axis, and bring it back. GX. Cool. And now we have this cool shape here, and let's go ahead and build this little shelf of a grid system. It looks like this grid here, like this little shelf here, comes out further than this. So epic, I guess. Oh, okay, so if you see, I click. Okay, wait, no, never mind, we're good. Cool. What am I gonna do now? Could make these stairs. Let's, no, I want to make this. I want to make this thing. I guess the easiest way to make this would be with the array modifier. So, let's start with this cube. Actually, the back color is different. So, okay, let's start with this cube. Got this cube selected in object mode. Press Shift D to duplicate. I'm just gonna bring it over here. Once again, I press Shift Z to lock it to the XY axis, which isn't necessary. Just moved it out of the way. This is what I'm gonna do. I'm going to press 3. I'm in edit mode. Pressing 3. Select the faces. Now I'm gonna press I for inset. Inset? Yeah. And I'm just gonna try to create this shape. That looks cool. Obviously this cube's too big. We'll scale it in a bit. I'm just gonna delete these faces, so press X to delete and faces. And now I'm gonna press 2 to go into the edge select mode, and I'm gonna select these. I'm gonna select the edges here across from one another. Press F to join them together. Select these, F, select F, and now we have this shelf face. Cool. This is too big, so I'm gonna scale it down. So as you can see, when I scaled this, something I haven't talked about yet, when you scale something in object mode, it locks to the object origin, which is this little dot. This dot can go all over the place. So like if I go into edit mode and I select all of this and I move this, the origin of the object stays there while the objects move. So now if I scale it, it's scaling over here, which is super annoying. The way you fix that is you, in object mode, press object right here, go to set origin. Origin to center of mass will bring it to the center of the mass. Sometimes what I like to do is, like, say if I wanted it in a specific spot, let's say in this face, I could do Shift S, which gives the cursor options. I can do cursor to selected, which goes to the selected object here. If I go back into object mode, I can go to object, set origin to 3D cursor, and then it changes to the 3D cursor. For this, I like it being in the center. Sometimes it gets important to where the origin is, not just for convenience, but if you're doing some manipulation of the object using modifiers, you may want it to be in a specific spot. For this, I'm just going to go to set origin, origin to center of mass, and I'm going to scale this to a size I like. I'm going to bring this cube over just so I can like compare it to like how big would this be to my avatar, and I think this would actually be a good size. Looks like maybe we can go a bit bigger. Cool. Neat. One thing to note is, since there's going to be several of these stacked together, I don't actually need these faces on the outside. Actually, first, before we do that, if you notice, I scaled this in object mode. If you're going to do that, you should also make it a habit to press while you're in object mode, press Control A to bring up this menu and apply rotation and scale to the object. That way your UVs don't get screwed up. So basically, how should I explain this? Here, let me duplicate this just to show this. If I scale this on the x-axis here, let me duplicate this again. So I scale this on the x-axis in object mode. If I were to like select this, actually let's select this, and I try to bevel, it's kind of flat. I don't know if this is the best example, but I'm doing my best here. It's kind of flat, and it's not even because it was scaled weird. But if I duplicate this, press rotation and scale, and then do it, it's a much more even bevel because the UVs aren't screwed up on this one. They were stretched on this one. On this one, I applied rotation and scale, so now they're not stretched. This will affect texturing as well and other things when you try to do it. So when you manipulate your object in object mode, just get into a habit of pressing Control A, rotation and scale. But as I was mentioning, because
This is going to be like a checker pattern all throughout this side. I won't actually need the outside faces of this, so I'm actually going to duplicate this because I'll probably manipulate it in a different way for some parts of it over here, but for this, let's go in here. So I'm in edit mode, press 3 for face select. Let's press Alt, select all the faces all the way around, press X faces, and it's perfect. So now let's add a modifier to create this checkered pattern. We're going to do the array modifier. So basically it's just going to duplicate these in several different ways. So right now we have the count set to 2, and the offset of the second one is set to 0, 0, 0, which is directly on top. So it's just sitting on top of that object. If I press 1 here, it goes 1 versions of this to the left. If I do -1, it would go to the other side. If I do 1 here, it goes forward and back. I don't want it to go forward and back. If I do 1 here, it'll go up and down. So I mean, this all changes depending on how much you want it to do that. For now, let's just bring this all the way up. I'm also going to click merge. So basically it's going to merge the vertices that are close to it. These faces should be deleted. We already did that. I don't know why they weren't. So yeah, here we are. These objects should merge together now because the vertices are close. And it determines what vertices to merge together based on the distance, and that's set right here. We're going to the -1, so that means it's going to the right. So let's set this up over here. Press G to move, and I'm gonna have it clip just a little bit. G, X, let's bring it this way. G, Z, let's bring it up. And let's just add a whole bunch of these to go all the way across. Oops, I pressed W, change what my cursor looked like. So this is cool. Now, I'm gonna resize this wall to match this shelving system. I'm gonna press G, Y, that's GX, X axis. And I'm gonna have it be perfect on this side, while on this side I'm in object mode. I can select this plane, press tab to go and edit, 3 to select face, press GX. I'm gonna line it up with this side. So now the room's a bit bigger, but my thing fits perfectly. So that's cool. Other thing to note is one thing I haven't gotten into, but it's important here because there's a lot of shapes here and we can do something right now to make our lives easier later. So when you're texturing, you need to unwrap your objects. The way you do that is, let's go to UV editing up here. We're in edit mode. I'm going to select edges here. The way you do that is you select edges that you want to, like, where it's going to cut the object to unwrap it. So if we do this with the array modifier on there, it will apply where we mark on all of them so that we don't have to go and do it to each individual one later. I mean, there's other ways to unwrap that's easier, but just for the sake of showing you how to do this, I mean, it's going to be a pretty simple object too. So even if we didn't do it now, it would be simple to fix later, but I'm just going to show you how to do it right now because I think it's important. So I'm just going to select these faces that I think is going to help this thing unwrap. I don't have faces going all the way around this object, so I don't need to worry about marking these. So I'm going to press in edit mode, press U, and I have the edges I want selected. I'm going to press U, and I'm going to press mark seams. Now if I press, let's press this little button all the way up here in the left. That way it's showing the faces that we can see, and it corresponds over here. So if I select this, it is selected on the side. But I'm going to select everything in here. I'm going to press U,
unwrap, and this is how this object unwraps based on where we cut the object. There's other ways to do it. So you could go here, you could do Smart UV project where it will cut based on the angle limit that you put. So if we did that, it would do this, and that looks fine. It might be like a weird rectangle because I don't have rotation scale selected. Nope, it's just being weird. So yeah, you could do that, and that would have been the easy solution to do if we had forgotten to UV this, because it's going to be a tolerable texture anyways. But I'm just going to stick with unwrap. And there's other options here you can play with: cube projection, cylinder projection, and a whole bunch of other options. But if we unwrap it now, let's go back to modeling. Go back to object mode, because you have to apply it while you're in object mode. I'm going to press apply, and you can see the whole thing is UV'd out. And I'm going to do array modifier again, but instead of going left to right, we're going to go up and down. And I'm just going to make as many as I can. This actually matches pretty good over here, surprisingly. No, it doesn't actually, because I'm going to raise this up. Cool. And we may manipulate things just to have it match better. So before I apply this, let's start to manipulate some things. So let's go to the room itself. So in object mode, I selected the planes for the rooms. Let's go to tab, press edit, 2 for the edges, and let's select all of the edges here. I could have pressed alt and done that faster, but I didn't. G for move, Z for a Z axis. Let's just bring this up to there. Is that too much? No, that's perfect. That's fine. Now let's make this match a bit better. Actually, no. What we're gonna do is something a bit different for that over there, and we're gonna do it for over here as well. Let's see how this takes. So the way it works in the image is these just don't clip with the shelves, which makes sense. So let's select this shape. Press tab to go to edit mode, 3 for faces. Let's shift, hold, click the faces we want. G, Y axis, and let's bring it over. And now it's not clipping in a weird way. And we're gonna do some things over here to make this a bit better. We can go back to object mode, select this, and apply that modifier. Now we have this object here, all crazy and whatnot. So let's save, and we will move on. So what I'm going to do next is I'm going to keep messing with this object, actually, and we're going to try to make it a bit better. So let's go into edit mode, and I want to, I'm pressing buttons you don't know about yet, assuming you're a beginner. Actually, before I do that, let's build the stairs. Let's build the more objects that are going to be in front of this before we start manipulating parts of the text or parts of the material or parts of this object that I may need to do more than just what I see right now. So let's make some stairs. So I'm going to select this cube. I'm going to press Shift D to duplicate it again. Shift Z to lock to the X and Y axis, just because I do that. Tab to edit mode, A to select all of it, scale Z to lock to the Z axis, and I'm going to bring it down to about there. Now I'm going to bring this over just so I can compare where this is at based on where I know my avatar will be. Like I said, my avatar's head would be here. A 6-foot avatar's top of the head would be over here. And I usually try to scale to like the 6 foot, but I'm just so used to using the cube, I'm just going to keep doing that. So, I mean, these stairs are actually pretty big already, but I think that's fine. I'm going to keep it a meter, even though I think that's a little bit, like a meter in width, even though I think that's a bit small, but for this specific room, it uses a smaller thing, and they're a bit longer, so not quite this long, but if I select this,
face, press, oops, G to move, X to lock to the X axis. Let's bring it to about a ½ meter. And that seems good for this. And I'm going to add another array modifier to this. So instead of going to the left, I'm going to do -1 to go to the right. And then I'm going to press 1 to go up. And then I'm just going to keep adding these until we get close. Now, looking at, actually, that could be good. So I'm in object mode, so I press G, X, move it this way. We're just going to keep adding some until we get close. And that seems good. And once again, I think I'm going to manipulate this just a little bit to make it work. So yeah, these are the stairs. These look pretty good. They're just several cubes, which is killer. I don't think we need... so one thing with the array is you should know or pick up, whatever we do to the first one, it gets manipulated with all the other ones. So I actually don't think we need these faces at all. So if I just delete them, they delete on all of them. And that's epic. Epic. What now? What do I want to do to make this cool? To make this match that? Nothing. Actually, I think I'm going to leave this as it is and then go from here. But what I do want to do is, let's go to UV editing again. Let's select in object mode this object, press tab for edit, and if I just unwrap this, how it look? It looks bad. So I'm just going to select this edge and this edge. So in edit mode, edge select, U, mark seam, press A to select all the faces on this object that we're using in edit mode, press U. So if you just press U in this window, it unwraps. Like, that's the shortcut to unwrap it. If you do it here, you get this option. You pressing unwrap does the same thing. So yeah, so now these are all cleanly unwrapped. I'm going to go back to this tool over here and press apply. So now this whole thing's applied and it works. Let's go back to the modeling window, and I'm actually going to take this and oops. I'm going to try to build out the shelves for over here that are just like underneath the stairs. So I'm just moving this in place. Once again, I'm pressing G and the corresponding axes that I want them to link to. I'm going to go into edit mode, press 3 for faces, Alt, select this face, select all of them. And I'm just going to delete these because I don't think delete these faces because I don't think I need them. So let's go back to object mode, G, Y, X. And we'll fix that. We'll get it a bit sharper once we work with it just a little bit more. I'm going to go into array modifier to do this again. Instead of 1, I'll do -1. And I actually think that's good. I mean, there it's super flush, but I'm just going to extrude this out a bit. I think it will be fine. So yeah, let's apply that. Oh, no, just kidding. Let's make sure I select the parts I want to mark. Mark seam. And then I'm going to apply it, and then I'm going to add it again, and instead of going left to right, we're going to go up and we're going to go down. And there's that, and it doesn't match. So how do I want to deal with this? We're going to do 3. I'm going to apply that, and I'm just going to bring this down. And I'm actually going to center this kind of like that. And I'm going to build, as I build out the staircase, I'm just going to build around this, and I think that will be sufficient enough, and I think it will look nice.
So yeah, let's change this a bit. So I'm in object mode. I selected this, press tab 3 for face. And I select both these faces. Okay, so the button I just pressed there was Shift Z. That's Shift Z. So if I press G, I'm moving an object, and if I press Shift Z after I press G, it'll lock it to the X, Y axis. It'll, yeah. And then if I don't press G and I'm not moving something and I press Shift Z, it takes me into the wireframe mode, which you can hit by pressing this. Hitting Shift Z again will take you back to the mode you were just at. So if I was in like looking at the materials here, press Shift Z and press it again, it would take me back to here. But I want to be in this mode. So I'm going to try to move this up just a bit and make it level. I'm going to select this and I'm going to press GZ. I'm bringing this up just a bit. And I kind of want to replicate the height of these stairs. I'm going to also go to here and I'm going to bring this up just a bit. I think that looks really good. Cool. Did I apply that array modifier? I did. Neat. So now what should we do? I don't know what this is. It might be like a radio or something. Do I want to model it is the real question. And the answer may shock you. No, I don't. Alright, so, basically what I want to do here is fill out all the geometry in front of the stairs to be more like this. How am I gonna do that? So I did this kind of weird, I'm realizing. Which is fine. So I'm gonna select this object. I'm gonna try something. I'm gonna press 1. That's not what I want. I want, okay, if you hit the little tilde thing. Okay, let me back up. I'm gonna hit Shift Z to go into the wireframe mode. So now I'm in the wireframe mode. I'm gonna press this little tilde to go look at it from the front, back. Yeah, back. This is what I want. I'm gonna go into edit mode and I'm gonna press 1 to go to the vertices. So basically what I'm gonna try is I'm gonna try to create a way to connect all these together without creating any like weird geometries, because if I just select all these edges and I extruded it down, there's going to be like edges overlapping each other, which I don't really want. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to just press, I selected this vertice here, I'm going to press E to extrude it, Z to lock it to the Z axis, bring it all the way down. And then I'm actually going to select these, press G, Z. I'm going to bring that down, go back to the vertices we just pulled down, press G, Z, try to line it up with this. I'm going just a bit below the floor, just because I want it to, because it's not going to be a straight line. There's no way I'm going to get it to be a straight line, so it's okay if it clips, which is what I want. I'm going to select both these vertices, press F to join them together. And now I have all these vertices, and so I have this edge selected. Oh, I'm going to press 1 on the same vertices, so I have this vertice selected and this vertice selected. If I do Control R to do edge loop, I can create a bunch more vertices in here, and I just made enough to where it lines up with each one of these. And then I'm going to do the same thing on this side, so I'm going to select both these vertices and I'm going to make enough to match up with each one of them. I didn't count them, I just kind of eyeballed it. Actually, I may not need it on that side. So I'm just going to select these vertices, press F to join them, and I'm going to see how this goes. That's not what I want to do.
selecting the back face for some reason. Join, 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 join. So if you're confused, it's edit mode. Press 1 for the vertices selection. Select this vertice, F to join. Vertice, F, vertice, F. And then it's already on that side. So let's press Shift Z to go back to this in the normal view. And now I can select these. And I'm just gonna select these edges. So obviously I'm in the edge select mode, and I'm just selecting these edges, and I'm pressing F to join them. So yeah. I'm realizing now it's creating an extra edge that I don't want. That looks good. Ugh. I have something else selected I don't want. Ooh, what does it have selected? Huh, weird. So I'm just going through selecting these edges and trying to make them all match. So I can then manipulate this a bit more. I may separate this from the chairs, because if you look in the photo that we're using, there's like a different design on this part of the stairs than the other parts, which can be cool. So I might do that. We'll see. Alright, and then I'm just going to select these edges. I'm going to press E to extrude, press X to lock to the X-axis, and bring it all the way over so it clips the wall. And now what I'm going to do is I'm just going to cut this out, honestly. So actually let's go to the shelf. So object mode, select this, tab to go to edit mode. Press 2 for edges, and I'm gonna select all the outer edges here. Then I'm gonna press Y, lock to the Y-axis, and I'm just gonna bring this back. And now there's like a cool border to it. It looks natural. And now what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna select this. Go here, go back to back, press Shift Z to look at this thing, yeah. And then I can go into edit mode, I can press K, and I'm just gonna cut this bitch out. I'm gonna make sure I'm cutting the right thing out. I think it's this one right here. So, if I press 3, should have a face here. I should have one here too, yeah. Oops, X faces. Alright, cool. Look at that. Now, we can go back here and actually put a wall so you don't see the back of this. So, I'm just going to do that with the plane. So if I do Shift A, mesh, bring in a plane. I'm just going to move over here, and once again I press Shift Z to lock it to XY, not for any particular reason, just because that's what I do. I'm going to go into edit mode, press X, not X, I'm going to press S, X, so S to scale, X to lock to the X-axis. Then I'm going to press R for rotate, Y, X to lock to the X-axis again, and I'm going to rotate this. And I held Control to lock it, or to allow it to snap as I rotated it. And it looks like at some point my backface culling got turned off. So I'm going to turn that back on because I don't like when it's off. Cool. So I got this object now. Let's press G to move it. I'm going to press Shift Z to lock it to the XY. I'm just going to bring it to the back of the shelf. Try to line it up. I usually always hit Shift Z too, by the way. So I'm going to press G, Z to bring it up. And cool. Now there's a back face to this object. So now we have this. Now I'm going to do what I was going to do with this object. So I'm going to do the tilde and back. And I'm going to press Shift Z to go into this wireframe mode. I'm going to go to Tab for edit mode, 3 for faces, and I can see, I'm going to press W, W, W until I have this selection. And I'm just going to select the parts that I just don't need. And I'm going to be very loose with this because, oops. So I'm clicking, then pressing Shift to select more as I go through here. So all of this I don't need. Don't need any of this. Oops. Don't need this. Don't need that. Don't need this. Don't need that. Don't need any of these. None of those. None of those. None of those. You can like barely make out where like the stairs are. None of those. That might be it. Yeah, that looks like it's it. I'm gonna press X, faces. So now, all those are gone. They all still seem fine, because they are. We're gonna manipulate this a bit more. So everywhere there's something in front of one of these, I'm just gonna close it up. So I'm gonna go into edit mode, press 3 for faces. I'm gonna press W to go back to my normal movement. And I just clipped through this thing. I'm gonna press Alt, and on the insides of the ones I want to block up, I'm just gonna holding Alt Shift. I'm just gonna select these faces, and I'm gonna get rid of them. Yep. And then here, to make it like a nice pattern, I'm going to try to follow this as much as possible and just go down by 1 cube every time until I hit something like that. Fuck. Here. I'm just gonna start here, actually. So Alt Shift holding, and I'm just gonna move around here. I'm selecting that. I'm selecting just what kind of makes sense to me. There's really what I think would look nice and what makes sense to me. Oh, I deleted all those already. That looks good, I guess. Let's try it. Alright, I just deleted those, and then I'm gonna press 2 for the edge option. And I'm going to just, if I hit Alt,
and then hit the edges I'm looking at, it'll wrap all the way around, and I can just press F to close that up. I think, yeah, F. There you go. Yeah. Okay. So Alt F, Alt F, Alt F, Alt F, Alt, click F, F. It seems like I'm having trouble with this one. I see. So let's just do some manipulation. Grab that pixel, extrude it down to 2. There we go. That's super janky, but you know what? It works. So let's keep going through here. Make sure I'm still on edit mode. Select all those. F, Alt, click. I'm having difficulties with this one. There we go. Alt, F. I think you get the idea. So yeah, just going through here, doing my best to get all of these. And now there's a lot of edges here that I kind of just don't need. Cool. So there we go. Something that makes sense to me. I feel like I could do it to this row too. Yeah, let's do it. Alright, press 3, just like that. And I'm holding Alt Shift, clicking the faces I want. Ugh. And press X, faces. Then I'm going to go to 2 and do the same thing that I did. So here we are. Now the shelf system is pretty much golden. So, question is, what do I do with all of these faces here, or all these edges? And I'm gonna, so I press the tilde, press back, Shift Z to go into this view, and press W to get this selection tool again, and I'm just gonna do my best to select a lot of these. Actually, let's do that. Let's delete those edges. I don't need them. Oh crap. I'm just going through here and trying to select these as carefully as I can. I should go a bit slower. And once I have all these selected, I'm just gonna press X.
dissolve edges. I need to look over here, see what's going on. There we go. Let's go back. And going back there to select all these. So I don't want the outer edges because if you dissolve those, it'll just delete the face. So every time I select it, I can just do that and then go back here. I'll go through it. At the end here, I'll go through and make sure I didn't select anything I wasn't supposed to. Hopefully, it will all be good. Alright, straight lines all the way. So I'm going to press W to go to the different type of select option. And oops, actually these are good. The select options that are the outer edges here do not need to be selected. So even these. Just got it. I got them selected on the other side. Hopefully this works. The method definitely works, but I may have missed certain things. We will see. Alright. X, delete, dissolve edges. Ugh. So I fucked up. At the very least, let's do this. U, clear seams. I'm going to select all these seams. U, clear seams. Now if I press this. Ugh, crap. Shift Z, let's go back here. Let's go to UV editing, make sure this is okay. What if I do this? Let's do this. This is really bad. Alright, new plan. Let's go back to modeling. Still in edit mode, press 2 for edge select. And I'm just going to manually mark these out. Because the thing is, I mean, the material I'm going to use, like if we look back at this, it's a black. Probably not going to notice it if it's like too weird in terms of the UV and how it's laid out with the texture.
but I kind of want it to be fine. And honestly, doing like a cube projection on this or something would probably be okay without any seams. Press U, mark seams. Let's see what that did. I don't want to be in sculpting. Let's go back to modeling. I'm confusing myself. Press 3 for faces, press L. They're still not like separate from each other. Let's go to UV editing. Press Control Z. Press U. Well, actually, let's do this. Cube projection. That's the way to do it. It's a weird way to do it. Oh, why does it look so weird? Smart UV unwrap. Whoa. Cube projection. We'll leave it like that for now. We'll see how it ends up being later on. But it looks good, don't it? These are good. Don't have to really manipulate that at all. This is cool. Do I want to separate this side from the stairs? I don't know. So here, they're like this weird wood design. Is it necessary to change that up? I don't know, and I guess I don't have to decide right now. So, with that being said, let's move on to the next item. Alright, so I'm going to look at the photo to decide on what I want to model next. I like to leave all these like props and the smaller stuff for last, so like even like the bed and the sofa, so maybe right now is a good time to do the door. So I'm just going to duplicate this over just like we have been and shape it out to be the door. Alright, select this cube, the cube we've been using, Shift D to duplicate. I'm just going to move it over here. Once again, I press Shift Z to lock it to the X and Y axis. And then I'm just going to kind of bring it into this door and shape it so that it fits. So let's go into edit mode. Let's press 3 to grab the face. And I'm just going to bring this in, press G and X to G to move, X to lock it to the X axis. I'm going to bring the other face and do the same thing and bring it in this way. And now let's grab this end face, G to move, Y to lock it to the Y axis, and I'm gonna just bring it to where this edge begins. And let's grab this top face and I'm gonna press G, lock it to the Z axis, and I'm gonna bring it all the way up here. I actually don't want this door clipping at all, so let's do G, bring it up, and then I'm gonna have it float just a little bit off the ground. Now I'm gonna just move. I'm back in object mode. G to move. I'm gonna lock it to the X axis, and I'm gonna. I snapped it. I hold Control and snapped it when I moved it back. So when I move this back, I can just snap it back in place. So I'm gonna add some loop cuts. So if you look at this door, it's got these like decorative rectangles on there. And I'm going to try to emulate that just a bit too. So let's press Control R in edit mode and add some loop cuts. Let's just add one there, and let's actually let's add 3. So if you scroll, I don't know if I mentioned this, but if you do Control R for loop cut and then scroll, you can get several of them. I'm also going to do one on the side. So this is what I mean by scroll. You can add as many as you want. I'm going to put one just in the middle. I'm actually going to move this up a bit. Where's my cube? I like to have my door handles around 1 meter high. So maybe around there. A little bit higher actually.
Maybe something like that. Actually, I'm gonna undo. I'm gonna just keep that loop cut in the center. Just like that. And now I'm going to, with that selected, I'm gonna hit this offset edge loop cut. And I'm gonna bring this out just a little bit, and then I'm gonna go back to my selection tool. I'm gonna select this edge, that edge, this edge, and this edge, and then I'm gonna come on this side and select the same ones, and then I'm gonna do the same thing. We're gonna open this up to about there, and then go back to my selection tool. I'm gonna add a couple more edge loops. Oops. I'm going to select that one by pressing Alt and click, and then I'm going to hold Alt Shift and click this one. I'm going to do scale Z-axis so they move evenly in opposite directions. And then I'm going to select this edge, this edge, this edge, the ones that we did the edge loop cut thing to. And I'm going to press X to dissolve them. And now, let's press 3 for the face selection. I'm going to select this. Select these cubes that we made. And then we're going to press I and bring that in just a little bit. And then I'm going to press E for extrude, scale, and then I'm going to press X to lock it to the X axis, and I'm going to bring these up just a little bit. And now, with that selected, I'm going to press Control B. I'm going to bevel these just a little bit. Yeah, I feel like I can do a bit more with. I'm gonna do a loop cut around here. So if I do Control R, it creates a loop cut around here. I'm gonna do that there, and I'm gonna do it to each one. And I'm just creating it and clicking so that it goes in the center, but we're gonna grab them all and move them a bit. Actually, we're gonna do that manually. Actually, no, we'll keep it in the middle. That's fine, actually. Totally works. Let's press 3 for face. Press Alt to select the loop of shapes here. I'm going to do that for each one around here, around each one of these cube things that we've made. And I'm going to press E, S, X and bring it in just a little bit. And then I'm going to press Scale, Shift, Z maybe? No. Scale, Shift, Y. No. Scale, Shift, X. None of these are doing what I want it to do. That's fine. That's fine, this works. Actually, let's go back. I'm gonna undo all the way to there, to the loop cuts. I'm gonna actually do what we just did without adding the loop cuts there. I think the bigger shape, doing it with the bigger shape would be better. So E to extrude, S to scale, X to lock to the X axis, and let's just bring it in a bit. So there we go. Let's go ahead and look at that photo. I wonder if I should do like a border around here and bevel it. Alright, we're gonna try it. Alright, I'm gonna go back to edge mode, and I'm gonna do exactly what you just saw me do. Is I'm adding loop cuts. Now this thing is all cut up, so it doesn't act exactly how you would think it would act. I mean, it usually does, but when you do Control R to add a loop cut, it's just doing it on these shapes right here, which is fine. Let's just go ahead and place them where we're gonna need those. Cool, and I'm gonna select all the ones that I need. No, I'm just shift clicking the edges that I need. And we're gonna do scale Y, bring them in. At this point, I'm just gonna be eyeballing a whole bunch of stuff. Let's select the inner ones now. Shift click. So now I'm gonna do scale Y to lock to the Y-axis. I'm gonna bring it in. Now I'm gonna do K. If I hold Control, it locks to the center between two vertices. Still holding Control, and there we go. And I'm gonna do that right here. Control, click. Holding Control still, click, enter. I'm gonna do the same thing on this side. Control, Control, enter. Control, Control, enter. Control, Control, enter. Okay. Oops. I'm gonna do that. Okay, Control, click, click, enter. K for knife. Hold Control, click, hold Control, click, enter. And one more. Control, click, hold Control, click, enter. Now I want to grab these. Let's grab the outer ones first. And we're gonna do G to move. No, not that. We're gonna do scale, lock to Z axis. I'm gonna bring it up just a bit. And we're gonna hold Alt Shift and start selecting these inner ones. Scale Z, and let's bring it into place. And then I'm going to press K to cut, and cut between here. And like I said, using the knife tool, it should snap to the vertices that it's closest to. Oops. Alright, now we are going to select these faces around each of the oops, I forgot to do it on the bottom here. This one, you're just gonna have to eyeball, considering there's nothing to actually snap to, which is fine. Oops. We'll have to do that at the top too, so let's get these going. It should be noted that I probably did not do this in the most efficient way possible. But that's okay. It's still gonna look good. Let's try to get this as straight as I can. Seems fine. I'm gonna select these. Okay. So hold Shift, Alt, and I'm just gonna select each one of these. I'm noticing that this is a bit too close to the. I'm trying to get it about this distance apart, and it's just too close. So I'm gonna press GZ, or G to move, Z to lock to the Z axis. I'm gonna do the same thing down here. Well, down here it looks much better. Oop, must have missed this. And then I'm gonna go here, and I'm just gonna change this to hopefully straighten up these vertices a bit. Just make sure I actually cut in the right spot. Alright, I did, yay. Alright, cool. Now let's try this. I'm going to select these around here, and the same thing for all of them. So what I want to do is extrude them out and then bevel it. And I think that will be everything I need to do in terms of the decoration of the door. I might take a lot of these vertices and bring them down just to give space for the door handle. A lot of times if you look at some doors, the decoration, you might even be able to see it here. No, but a lot of times the like little rectangle decoration thing is not always like symmetrical between the top and the bottom, so it would be fine to shorten one. Okay, so we've got all the faces I want selected. Press E to extrude, scale X to lock to the X axis. Let's bring it out a bit. I'm gonna press 2 for the edge select, and then I'm just gonna select the outer parts of this. If you hold Alt, might be able to get a few of these faces now. Since it's been cut up, it's kind of all over the place in terms of where vertices are and how they align in the program. And let's go to this side, do the same thing.
Alright, and Control B to bevel. We're going to just bevel it like that. And now I think I want to bevel the insides here, but not exactly how we did the outsides, which is why we didn't select all of them. Once again, I'm just holding Shift, Alt, and selecting each one of these edges. Alright, I'm going to press Control B to bevel. And then down here in the bottom left, this little option comes up, and I'm going to actually change this to just 0.1. So that way it bevels in the other direction. This actually doesn't look like I thought it would. I'm going to change it. If you use a scroll while you're beveling, it changes how many faces you're creating. So I just increased that to get a more harsh look on those curves that I wanted. And this looks like a door to me, which is cool. Where's my cube? I'm just gonna move this over to check scale. I press 3 to look at it straight on. I'm gonna do Control Z. I'm gonna press Tab to go back to edit mode, press 1 to select vertices, and I'm actually just gonna change my selection to this cube. As you can see up there, I press W to do that, and then I'm gonna select these. Oops. I'm gonna select these, and I'm just gonna press G, Z, G to move, Z to lock to the Z axis, and I'm gonna bring it down a bit. And then I'm gonna do the same thing with these, G, Z, bring it down a bit. Let's bring this down. And that's my door. My super unnecessarily high poly door. Actually, I'm gonna go back into that view. I think I brought this stuff down just a bit too much. GZ, let's bring it back up. And that looks good. So let's go ahead and add a doorknob. What kind of doorknob should I make? I'm gonna make it real simple. So I'm gonna click this. I'm gonna press Object, Set Origin, not the 3D cursor, Set Origin to Center of Mass, just to make it easier for me. I'm gonna move this out of the way. And go back here. I'm going to press Shift S for the cursor options. I'm going to press cursor to selected. Then I'm going to press Shift A. The reason I did that is because wherever your cursor is where the object you bring in loads in at. So I'm going to press cylinder. And every time you bring in an option, you get these option controls. But it's the same thing with when you bevel, you get these controls. So I got this, and I'm just going to change this to 6 sides because I really don't need it to be that high poly. And now we have this cylinder here. If I go Tab and go into edit mode and press scale, I can bring this down by quite a bit. Go back to object mode, and I'm going to press G to move this. Press G, Shift Z. The reason why I always press Shift Z and I lock it to the X and Y axis is because I feel like I just get more control when doing that. So this door handle is going to be the same on both sides, so I'm just going to make one and then duplicate it and bring it onto the other side. So if I press R and Y to lock to the Y axis and hold Control, I can rotate this until it's perfect on that axis, and then let's press edit or tab to go into edit mode. I'm going to press G to move, X to move it a bit out. I'm going to press 3 to make sure I'm on face selection. I'm going to press this face because I don't need it. I'm going to press X, and I'm going to press delete faces. A to select the whole thing, scale Z, not Z, X, scale on the X, bring it in.
Then I'm gonna select this face here, do Control B and bevel, and I have this thing set to 0.1. I'm gonna bring it back to 0.5. And there we go. I'm noticing that there's something wrong over here. I think the bevel was just a bit weird. Did it do it at the bottom too? It didn't. Maybe I missed this vertice when I was modeling or something. I'm just gonna try to correct this. Or maybe it's these that need to be corrected. Let's try that. Let's select these corners. I wonder how that happened. Very weird. That looks better. There's something definitely happened with that. I'm not quite sure. But it's probably fine. Let's go back to this thing. So this is like the base of the door handle. I'm gonna go back into edit mode, press A to select the whole thing, G to move it, lock to the X axis, and I'm just gonna hold shift so I can move this thing slowly, bring it to where I want it, and press G, Z, bring it up a bit, and that looks nice. Let's go back into edit mode, press 3 for face, select this face, press I to bring the face in like this, and then I'm going to press E to bring it out and extrude, and that looks good. I'm also going to add shade smooth to this, so shade smooth, if we go here we can go to normals and press auto smooth, and I explained what this does. It's a bit weird, so if we can add weighted normals to mess with this. Let's keep sharp, and that looks way better. You're probably wondering what weighted normals does, and I still kind of don't understand it, so don't ask me. Every time my things look fucked, I usually throw it on there and see if it fixes it. Let's delete this face. I just deleted that face because I won't need it. I'm going to move my cursor to here. I did that by pressing Shift S, move the cursor there. If I do Shift A, I'm in object mode now, so Shift A. I'm going to bring in another cylinder. I'm going to go press Tab since it's already set to 6 sides. Scale, I'm going to bring it all the way down. I'm going to press the period on the number pad to jump in close to it and recenter my camera. Press RX, I can rotate it the way I want this to be rotated. And I'm going to be modeling this a bit odd. Or actually it's not odd, it's just to get the odd shape that I want. I'm going to scale this some more. I'm scaling this now. I pressed Shift Z to, I pressed S to scale and Shift Z to lock it to the X and Y axis so that the Z axis doesn't scale with it. I'm just going to bring it in like that, and then I'm going to do GX. Let's move it in, and it's a bit too thick, so I'll scale on just the Z axis now. That seems good. I'm going to press 3 to do the face select. I'm going to select this outer face. I'm going to press GY to lock it to the Y axis. I'm going to bring this out. I'm going to bring it over just a little bit more. G to move, Y on the Y axis. And let's select this whole thing again. Let's scale just on the X axis. I'm going to bring it in just a bit more. And press 3 for face select. Select this face. I'm going to do scale on just the Z axis. I'm going to bring that in. And that's going to be my door handle. I'm going to add shade smooth to this as well, and actually I'm going to select this shape, hold shift, select this shape, and I'm going to press J and keep those together. I'm going to make sure that this is working. So if you see that this is kind of grayed out,
it's not working, and that can happen sometimes when you're joining objects together. So what you need to do is go to the geometry data here and press clear custom split normals data. And now it should work. It clears your old data and then recreates the auto smooth seams or whatever it does. So now I have this doorknob and I want it on this side, but I can't just, oh yeah I can. I can just duplicate this, press Y, press X, move it that way, rotate, lock it to the Y axis, and let's just rotate this around, press G, X, and I'm holding shift as I move this to make sure it doesn't get screwed up. And I'm going to press Control J to join these together. Hopefully it doesn't screw up with the auto smooth, and it doesn't. And it seems like everything is perfect. I'm going to select this whole thing, press G, press X to lock to the X axis, bring it this way. Now I'm going to press Tab, and I'm going to press 2 for edge select. And I'm just going to select all the edges right here. And then I'm going to press Shift S, cursor to selected, because I want it on that side. I'm going to press Object, set origin to 3D cursor. And now this thing rotates right on the edge here, and the door is going to be open. So yeah, you'll spawn in there, and then the door is automatically open, and you can just walk in. And that's the entrance there. As I mentioned before, I'm going to just duplicate this and put this over there. So I'm going to press Shift. So in object mode, I have both of these objects selected. I'm going to press Shift D, and I'm going to hold Shift Z. This is important now so that it stays on the same level and it doesn't rise. I can just move it in place. Press R, lock to the Z axis. And I'm going to make sure that we get it flat again. I'm holding Control to lock it. You'll want to do that over here as well so that it doesn't go off the or like to keep so that you could rotate it back exactly on the 90-degree angle. It's important so that it's snapping to what you want. So I just hold Control to do that. Press G, Z, and I'm just gonna kind of move this into place. And that looks good to me. Now I've got this doorknob on this side that I don't need, so I'm going to select that, press Tab. I have the edge tool selected, and if I highlight over these and press L, it'll select all the vertices, or it'll select all the vertices that are connected basically. And if I press X, delete, I'm going to delete vertices, and then yeah, it's good to go. We have a doorknob, the door makes sense, and it looks good. Nice. Now what should we do? Let's take a look at our reference photo. I mean, we can do anything. So what should we do? Let's build this little easy thing right here. This little decorative piece of wood right here. That should be fairly simple. I'm just gonna duplicate this. How much space do I have for this? So as I did, I selected this item and I pressed Tab, and I was in edit mode. I selected an edge and pressed the period on the number pad key just so I could zoom closer and recenter my camera. I'm trying to see how much space I have right here, and I'm gonna try to measure out this little decorative piece of molding and to fit right there. So I'm just gonna grab the cube that we have in the scene. I'm gonna press Shift D to duplicate, and I'm just gonna drag this over here. I'm gonna go into edit mode, go into face mode, select these two faces because I won't need them. I won't need this face either, or this face, now that I think about it. I'm gonna press A to select everything that's left in this object. Scale, I'm gonna scale this down, and I'm just going to move it in place. So I'm just pressing G, and then the corresponding axes, thingies. And I'm just moving this into place.
I'm selecting this face. Let's bring this a bit closer. It doesn't come out that far, and it doesn't need to with that. So let's select all of this. Let's press G, lock it to the y-axis. Let's bring it all the way over here. This thing needs to be a bit taller, so let's select this face up here. G, lock it to the z-axis by pressing Z. Let's bring it up. That's probably good. I'm gonna bring it up just a little bit more. Let's select both those edges. Press G, Y to lock it to the y-axis, and let's bring it all the way over. Let's make sure it's not clipping anywhere. It looks good. Can we bevel this? Bevels are the greatest. If I press 2 to go to edge mode, select this edge, Control B. I'm gonna scroll to make sure I'm only beveling it 1, and that looks cool. Does that look cool? I'm gonna pretend like that looks cool. Hell yeah, I made something cool. Nice. Now what? Ooh, I can actually play around with this side. So at first I was talking about making this like a windows on this side, but I actually want to kind of make it more for the mirror specifically. And there's this world, I forget what it's called. I can't remember, but there's a movie theater in there, and it looks really nice. And they have the mirrors look pretty realistic. They look like they're on like little doors or something like that. And I was gonna try to do something very similar to their. Maybe I shouldn't actually. Maybe I should just make some windows. No, I'm gonna do the mirror thing. So yeah, actually, I'm gonna create like a little border at the bottom here, and then just add little slits. So I'm gonna make a border for the sides, the floor, and the top, and then make little slits that are gonna be like holding each mirror. So I'm just doing this from my brain, based off the world I'm referring to, and hopefully it looks good. So let's take this cube, let's duplicate it, Shift D, let's bring it over here, and I'm basically just going to do exactly what I just did with that thingy over here. So in edit mode, face selection, let's select all these faces, press X, delete the faces. Ooh, that's too many. X, delete the faces, and let's just move this into place. I mean, it's basically just gonna look like molding. Is that what you call it? I don't know. So yeah, I'm just going back and forth from object mode and edit mode, selecting the faces I want, pressing G to move. I'm gonna press 2, select this edge and bring it up. Oops, did not mean to go into that mode. I'm gonna bring this down just a little bit. I don't need that much room. Back into edit mode, I'm gonna select this edge and that edge, and press G, lock it to the x-axis. Let's bring it all the way over, and let's do the same thing on this side. And I'm gonna duplicate this, bring it up, press R, lock it to the y-axis, and let's just flip this around. So obviously that was not in the center. That's fine. Just move it back into place. G, just press G and move it wherever you need to move it. This is a pretty tall mirror. Maybe it doesn't have to be that tall. I'm actually going to move this down a bit. So we can pretend like this is the mirror, and let's duplicate this, and we're gonna add like part of the wall. We're gonna have some part of the wall stick out just a little bit to like enclose this space. So let's just do that with another cube. So the cube that we have in the scene here, let's just duplicate that by pressing Shift D, and I'm going to bring it over. G to move, Z to lock it to the Z axis. Let's bring it up. And this, I mean, this is going to be pretty much the same case where we don't really need these faces. Let's delete them and bring it into where we want it. Let's go to edit mode, press 2 to go to edge. Let's bring this up above the ceiling. And let's select these two edges on the sides. G to move, X to lock the X axis. Let's select these. G, lock to the X axis, and there we go. Now I'm going to duplicate these and make them the side right. Well, actually no. I'm going to select both of these and I'm going to press G and I'm going to lock to the Y axis. I'm going to bring this out just a little bit more. And now I'm going to take this and I'm going to press, I'm going to duplicate this, press Shift D, and I'm going to press R and lock it to the Y axis, and I'm going to flip it about 90 degrees. Now I don't want these directly over, so I'm going to just move it and bring it in. And then I'm going to press G, X axis, I'm going to bring it in all the way over on this side. I'm going to go into edit mode, press A to select all of it, scale on the Z axis. I'm going to just scale this because there's really no need for it to be so tall. Press G while you have everything selected, lock to the Z axis and bring it down. And it looks like it's still good. I'm going to go to Object, Set Origin, Center of Mass. And I'm just going to duplicate this, move it on the X axis. Let's rotate it, lock it to the Y axis by pressing Y, G to move, X to lock it, and there we go. Look, this is where the mirror is going to be. It's going to be epic. I'm going to add like little slits that I was talking about, which is basically going to be the same things. Let's manipulate these little objects that we just made. So let's do Shift D, lock to the X axis, let's bring it over. Let's press the period button, or the decimal button, or whatever you want to call it, on the number pad. And let's go to reorient your camera around this object. Press Tab to go into object mode. I'm going to go and grab the edge here. I'm going to press G. And I'm going to bring this, I'm going to press X to lock to the X axis. I'm going to bring it, I want this to be pretty thin. Maybe not that thin, move it out a bit. Let's do E, I'm going to extrude this, lock it to the Y axis, and let's bring it out that way. Then I'm going to take this whole object, and I'm going to press G, I'm going to bring it in. And let's go back to edit mode. It would be cool if it would let me, there we go. So I did Control R, created two edge loops here, and while I have both these edge loops selected, I'm going to press G, lock it to the Y axis. I'm going to bring it out just a little bit, and then I'm going to press S, scale, press X. I'm just going to bring those in just a little bit. Now I've got this like little slit, and I think it will add a lot to these mirrors. So let's put these into place. We can better align it once we get them all in. So let's go to the modifier option on the right here. Let's add an array modifier. This is going up for some reason, so this should be left to right. Nope. So this is left to right. Yep. So let's just try to place this to where it makes sense. That seems good. I'm just gonna move it to where, once again, until it makes sense. So I'm just messing with this offset option here, and I'm going back, pressing G and locking it to the Y or X axis, just moving it back and forth until it seems like it's good. And that seems good. And that's where I'll have the mirror. Let's apply. Alright. Cool. We're doing so good. So some of the other big things that we need to model in here. The bed, the lights, and the couch, the plant. We could... I want to wait to do the plant because I'm going to need some textures for that, so I will wait a little bit till after we do some texturing. So let's go ahead, let's take a look at this. Let's go ahead and how about we create this light here. This actually looks very similar to an asset pack that has a light just like that, which is fine. Now I'm going to assume I know what this shape looks like, in terms of like, I mean, you can't see the whole lamp there, but I'm gonna pretend like it's got a cylinder base. So I'm just gonna move my cursor over here. Shift S gives me the cursor options, and I just like it over here for now since I'm gonna be working in this area. I'm in object mode now, so if I go Shift A, I can choose the cylinder option, and I don't want 6 sides. I want something like 12 sides. That seems good. Let's move this over here. Go into edit mode, let's choose our face, and let's bring this down. And let's bring this up, and let's delete this because I don't actually need it. Let's, in edit mode, select all of it, scale. I'm going to press Shift Z to lock to the X and Y axis. And we're going to do something like that. Let's move this over here. And let's bevel this and scale this in. I'm just kind of making up what this thing looks like. Let's do shade smooth. Oops. Shade smooth. Ugh. Looks bad. Let's select all these. And as you can see, I'm kind of just getting into it, starting to go fast. Sorry. So yeah, I'm just messing with this shape. I'm going to scale this out, actually, pressing S, scale. And I'm going to extrude this up to about there. It seems fine. And then I'm going to bevel this. And I've got 2 things here. And then if I still got face mode selected, I can scale this in. And let's just extrude this up. Let's see, how thick was that? It's not that thick. Let's scale this down a bit more. Let's bring this up. I'm gonna add a bunch of edge loops here, so just Control R with the mouse. Just select as many as you'd like. And I feel like what I'm about to do is gonna I just controlled Z. I'm gonna do this again. I'm gonna bring it way up higher. Let's do E to extrude. It extrudes on the Z axis, bring it all the way up. And now you have this big thing. So what I'm gonna do with this is I got face mode selected. I'm gonna press Alt, select all these faces. I'm gonna press P and I'm gonna press selection. This creates its own game object in itself. And now I'm going to select on that, go into edit mode, do Control R to add a bunch of edge loops, and with the mouse scroll wheel, add a bunch of edge loops. And what I'm going to do is try to make a curve that's very similar to this. Press Shift Z. Am I in edit mode? I am. Shift Z. I'm just going to select something like maybe this one. And then we're going to press this proportional editing button here. And if I press G, you can see this circle. And now when I move this, a whole bunch of things move with it, and not just the vertices I have selected. So I'm going to use the scroll wheel to make this bigger. And, well, I'm going to lock it to the x-axis, and I'm going to try to make this thing make sense. That makes sense to me. Alright, so let's select all of it. Let's turn this off. Press G and G to move, X to lock it to the x-axis. And we're gonna just bring it right back over. And now it doesn't match perfectly, which is fine. I'm gonna press R, Y to rotate. And I'm just gonna try to get this in place. So yeah. So it's, as you can see, it's still not perfect, but it's pretty close. Let's go back into edit mode. Let's press 2 and let's select off of that. I'm just gonna hitting Shift Z to go into the wireframe so I can select these. Let's turn on proportional editing again and press G. I'm going to bring it in much more, and then I'm going to press Z to bring it down. Then I'm going to press R to rotate, lock it to the y-axis, and once again I should bring this in a bit more. Ugh. Something like that is doing it for me. Let's try that again. That looks good. It's just a matter of lining it now. So Shift Z takes me into the wireframe mode. I pressed 1 to look at it from this view. I'm just going to try to get this back to where it was. Let's press 3 to see it from this angle. And that looks pretty good. I'm going to rotate this. Let's go into edit mode. Let's select everything, turn off proportional editing, press R to rotate, and let's try to get this where it needs to be. So pressing 3 to look from this view, and Shift Z to look at the wireframe mode, and let's just move this to where it's in place, and I feel like that's good. I feel like this is not, though. We'll deal with that in a sec. So, selecting this object, now we have this hole right here, and I mean, I don't want that hole to be there. So, let's go into edit mode. Let's press the edge option, and let's press Alt and select all these right here. Press F to close that up. And now there's no hole there. I can actually join both of these together by clicking both of them in object mode and pressing Control J. Now we can do R to rotate and press Z to rotate on the Z axis, and I can do this, and I see that there is something over here that I don't like. What is it? It is a face. I am going to delete it. I'm assuming it's this face. So here we are with this light. Seems pretty accurate. Now let's build the little bulb part. We're gonna bring in another cylinder. Let's go to mesh cylinder. 12 sides seems fine to me. Just gonna drag it over here by pressing G and moving it. Let's go to tab.
edit mode, scale. Let's just bring it down. Go back into object mode by hitting tab. G to move, Z axis. Why can't I say that? Shift Z to lock to the XY axis. I'm going to bring it over right here. This looks cool. Alright, so the Shift Z wireframe mode, and I'm looking at it by pressing 3 on the number pad to look in this view. Once again, you can hit tilde and choose which view you want to look at it. I believe 3 is one of these. So let's go into tab. Let's go into edit mode. I'm going to press vertices because I think it's a bit easier. So this is like just a weird bulb shape. I'm just going to move this like that. And I'm usually not good with like eyeballing stuff like this, but I'm gonna do my best. Is that good? So to do that Shift Z to look in here, 7 on the number pad to look at the top. I was just aligning that. I'm gonna press shade smooth on this. Let's just turn this on for my own sanity, even though it's not really needed at the moment. 50, thank you. That should work, I think. Looks good. In edit mode, with this object select, I press 3 to select the face. I'm going to go back into this mode. This is 3, Shift Z, and I'm going to, actually, before I do that, I'm going to press I to bring it in. Then I'm going to press 3, Shift Z, and 3. And by the way, to move around in this mode, I have to hold Shift and then move by pressing the mouse scroll button. That's how you stay in this view and move. If I didn't, it would go all over the place. So this is good. So I'm just going to extrude this up inside and try to follow this because there's going to be a light bulb in here. And I'm kind of just doing that. I'm just kind of eyeballing this whole thing, as you can tell. And let's make sure we do it right. Let's go back, press Control Z. Just gonna bring that in some more. And let's eyeball this. So 3, Shift Z, and now I'm going to make a light bulb. I feel like a light bulb smaller. So I'm just pressing E to extrude, and then S to scale. That's going to be a big light bulb. And I'm just, I used to be really bad with, oops. Used to be really bad with making light bulbs like this, but I got pretty good somehow. Like, that's not the most perfect thing, but it works. So yeah, now we have this light, and it's kind of cool. It's kind of fucked down here, actually. So yeah, how can I fix that? That looks better. I don't know if that really fixed it, but it looks better. So yeah, so now we got that light. Sick. What else can we do? Let's do this little table here. How about that? That table is pretty simple. It's just 4 legs and a top part. But it's glass, so we'll try to make it appropriate. So back into object mode, Shift A. Let's bring in another cylinder. Let's undo that. Let's try that again. Bring in a cylinder. I'm gonna make these legs 6 sides each. G to move. Let's make this. I press S to scale, Shift Z. while I was scaling, so that it didn't scale on the z-axis, so it locked to the x and y-axis, and that's pretty cool because it did exactly what I wanted. I'm still in edit mode. I'm going to do scale only in the z-axis, and oops, and then I'm going to do scale shift z. Kind of making these tables. This table is going to be, it's shorter than a normal table, so like a sofa. So this is a meter cube. Sofa would be around here, like the bottom of the sofa, or maybe even a little bit lower. This goes a bit taller than that, but not that much taller. So actually, let's move it closer to this so we can see what we're doing. Let's bring it all the way down to the floor. Let's press in edit mode, press tab to go into edit mode. Let's select this face. At the top, press G, Z. Let's bring it to right there, and that looks like it would be a good table size, so a good couch side table size. So let's tab, go back into edit mode, A to select all these faces, scale, shift Z, because I just want to make this quite thin. And then I'm gonna select this top face. I actually may need that. I can't really tell what that looks like, but it's fine. So I have this now, and I'm going to go back into edit mode. I'm going to select all of this, and I'm going to press duplicate by doing shift D, hold it on the x-axis. I'm going to bring it out, and I guess the table is going to be somewhere around that size. So I'm going to do some modifier tricks here to make this good. So I've got this shape here, which is 2 cylinders. I'm going to go to object, set origin, object, set origin, origin center of mass, and then I'm going to do shift S, cursor to selected, and then I'm going to do shift A to bring in a new new object. I'm going to bring in an empty object, and I'm going to just move this on the y-axis up a bit. I'm going to select this game object. I'm going to go to the modifiers. I'm going to add mirror, and I'm going to have it mirror an object, and that object is this object, and mirror it on the y-axis. So now we got this, and this is cool. So if I go into edit mode, I'm going to duplicate this. So I have all this selected. So you can do that by just with either the face or any one of these. You can just select one and press L on top of it, and then you'll select all of it. Shift D to duplicate. I'm going to bring it over on the y-axis. I'm going to rotate it on the y-axis. I'm going to bring this up. G to move, Z in the z-axis. And I'm going to scale this. Sure, that works. Press 7 to see from the top view, and I'm just going to move this in place. And I'm going to grab that. I'm going to delete that face because I don't need it. Select all of these edges. I press 2 to do edge select. G on the x-axis, and let's bring it all the way over. And now this is perfect. I'm going to put my cursor over this object, press L to select all those faces, and I'm going to press shift D to duplicate, R, Z to lock to the z-axis, and then I'm just going to rotate this. G on the x-axis, let's bring it down here, and let's do S to scale on the y-axis. And now it's a smaller size. We can do G, Y to move on that axis, and I'm going to press merge. And the merge is, I'm going to increase it by just a little bit. So I'm just going to select this, and I'm going to drag this over until they catch, which is cool. Now I'm going to hover over this, press L, select all those, shift D again, lock it to the x-axis, and let's bring this all the way to the other side. And that's perfect. Now I'm going to press the face option 3 in edit mode, select this face, select this face. I'm going to press I to bring it in, and then I'm going to press E to bring it up, and that is what our glass is going to sit on. And this whole thing, let's add shade smooth.
we can go ahead and apply that. Everything's good. We can go here, auto smooth. Let's do 65, and this whole thing looks awesome. So this is now like the center of the object. But we can go here, objects at origin, origin to center of mass, and then we can change our cursor by going Shift S, cursor selected, and I'm going to bring in a new cube, and I'm just going to go into edit mode, scale on the Z axis, and I want this table to be pretty skinny, and I'm going to press GZ, bring up on the Z axis, scale. I'm going to hold Z because I want it to be this thickness, so I don't want it to scale on the Z axis. Do scale on the Y, so Y, scale X. How does that feel to me? GZ. That looks good, and I'm gonna press 3 for the face, select just the top, and I'm gonna bevel it just a little bit and make sure it's just 1. And that looks good to me, and that will be my glass table. Delete that empty object, we don't need it. So there we are with the glass table. Looks good. What else do we have here? We can just pretend for that other table, I'm just going to duplicate that and put it over there as well. Or maybe I'll make a coffee table based on the size of the couch. We will see. But we are going to go on to the next item. Alright, so let's go ahead and build this right here. We're going to build that other light. And this should be pretty simple. It looks pretty simple, at least from what I can see. And we're basically going to do it, yeah, it's going to be simple, easy. So yeah, let's start with a cylinder. Let's do 8. It's a bit more detailed, but it's smaller, so I don't think we need something like 12. Let's press S. I'm in edit mode, so S, scale, press Z to the Z axis to lock it. And we're gonna press S to scale it in, and I'm just building a base here for it. That actually may be way too big. Let's go back into edit mode, scale, Shift Z, well, scale Z, and that looks cool. Yeah, so how should I do this? I'm actually gonna, in object mode, I'm gonna duplicate this cylinder. So Shift D, bring it up on the Z axis, and I'm actually gonna select this top, go into edit mode, pressing tab, 3 for his face select, I'm gonna select the top face, press 3 to go into this view, Shift Z, and I'm actually just gonna start scaling this out by pressing E, S to scale, and hopefully I get something that looks kind of like what I want it to look. There's a chance this will just end up looking really dumb. Let's select this whole thing and just scale it. There we go. Am I doing a good job? No. No, I'm not. Let's go to proportional. So let's scale this in. Nice. And oops. Make sure we turn that off, and once again, just pressing E and S. And does that look cool? Yeah, it kind of looks like it, actually. If I look at it, is there anything that really stands out? Like, alright, let's make sure we're in edit mode. This stands out a bit. This stands out a bit. Let's bring this up. This stands out a bit. This stands out a bit. I'm pressing Alt and clicking on these edges to select the loops like that. So Alt, select. I mean, some of it does stand out just a bit, but it doesn't seem to be like bad. If I do shade smooth, what does that do? I mean, it looks cool. I'm going to go into edit mode. I'm going to select this top part, and then I'm going to select this bottom part, and I'm going to delete them. And then I'm going to add a modifier, solidify. So I go to this little tool wrench over here, solidify, and that does it for me. So let's make sure we put on auto smooth. Oops. And that looks good. I feel like if I put a transparent fabric texture on here, it would look good. As far as the rest of it, like where's the light bulb and stuff in this, I'm going to go to this bottom object here, go into edit mode, select this top face, I to bring this down. Let's go over here. So I just wanted to look at where that circle is in comparison to this whole object, and it looks good. I'm going to press E, bring this up, press 3, Shift Z, and I'm going to try to make a light bulb in here. So I have this top face selected. I'm pressing I to do that, and then I'm gonna just extrude and scale. This light bulb is a bit bigger than the other light bulb that I made. Ooh, let's go press 2. Let's select this. Let's fix some of these. Cool. Now there's like a light source. So I did shade smooth. In object mode, you right click, shade smooth, auto smooth. And I'm just going to change the limit to 65 degrees. And this looks like something that makes sense to me. So once again, that's the decimal number on the number pad to reorient your camera. And I'm just going to try to place this. Oops. G, Shift Z. Yeah, that looks cool. Imagine if I duplicated this, Shift, so I selected both of those, I'm in object mode, Shift D, Shift Z, bring it over, Shift Z, G, Z to lock to the Z axis, G, Shift Z, G, Z. Ooh, nice. This actually fits pretty good. And then I could put the bed in the center, and then I could put something on there. One of the things that we have to make with this is all these like little props, and I'm probably gonna make like 3 or 4 different like book variants or something to kind of give it a filled feeling, but you don't have to fill all of it. It should be fine. The next thing I'm gonna model is going to be, let me make sure screencast is on. Next thing I'm gonna model is the sofa, and the sofas are going to be real simple. Basically all I'm going to do is I'm going to create several cubes, and then I'm going to bevel the edges once I get them into shape. But first let's look back at that image. You see how this sofa like comes out like this? I'm going to do that on both sides, and yeah, so let's grab the cube that I have in the scene, Shift D to copy. I'm just going to move it over here. And I'm just gonna try to get this in shape. I'm gonna actually bring this over here as well. Or accidentally
duplicated it. I'm just gonna bring this over here just for scale. And then I'm gonna go into edit mode, choose the top face, bring it down, and I'm just gonna try to shape this into what I want this to look like. I'm gonna keep jumping back and forth to kind of reference this image. So this has like a little thing coming out on the edge, so let's select this, Control R in edit mode to create an edge loop, and I'm gonna bring this a little bit further down to the front, press 3 to go back into face mode, select this face. I'm gonna extrude this out just a little bit, and I'm gonna select both of these sides, press G to move and Y to bring it in just a little bit. Well, actually I'll bring it out a little bit more. And that's gonna be basically this cushion over here. It seems like, so this couch is like in several pieces, and it seems like the bottom parts are part of the back parts. So I'm gonna try to model that out accordingly. I'm gonna just go back to here, select this cube, Shift D to duplicate. I'm gonna press X to lock it to the X-axis, and go into edit mode, face select right there, and G lock to the Z-axis, bring it down. And I'm just gonna move this out of the way and try to shape this the best I can. And let's go down here, let's bring it up. This thing is not going to be all the way on the ground, and this cushion is probably does not have to be this large. So selecting this one, going into edit mode and bringing it down just a bit. And let's bring this whole thing up. Let's bring it down just a little bit. Alright, let's go back to this shape, go into edit mode, choose faces, and I'm just going to continue shaping this out. Select this, GX. So something like that feels good to me. This cushion feels very large, so I'm going to go back to this object and oops. Well, now it feels small. Let me pull this out just a bit more. I'm gonna go into this. I have both these selected, so when I went into edit mode, it went into edit mode for both objects, which is fine, that works. This actually works. I'm gonna before I start adding some edge loops to this bottom piece, I'm gonna press Shift D and duplicate it, lock it to the Y-axis, and bring it over. Because this couch is going to be in parts, so let's in edit mode select that face, G, lock it to the X-axis, and let's go back into object mode, Shift D, Z to lock to the Z-axis, and I'm going to try to replicate. I'm going to select both of them. They seem to be a bit far from the other pieces. Let's press Y, lock it to the Y-axis, there we go. Press G, Z, bring this down a bit. Go into edit mode, choose this top face and bring it up because I want this to be about the same as this couch. This whole thing feels a bit large. I'm going to select all these pieces, go into edit mode, choose these top faces. I'm going to bring this whole thing down just a little bit, go back into object mode, press G, Z, and I'm just going to bring this down a bit. How am I feeling about this? This feels fine. Let's go into just this top one, press tab to go to edit mode, let's choose this face, GX, and let's try to match it with this the best we can. And that seems good.
So let's build this part out just a bit. I'm selecting this bottom part. Actually, let's move this out of the way. In edit mode, choose this, press tab to go into object mode, just this bottom piece. I'm gonna press Control R to add an edge loop, and I'm gonna add one right here. And then I'm gonna add another one right here. I'm gonna add one more actually, right there. Let's go back to this picture, take a look at it. So there's like a bit of an angle here, which looks cool. So I'm just gonna select these three faces and press, actually, I'm gonna go into object mode, select this bottom piece as well, press tab. Let's go over here because we could do this both at the same time. On this piece, let's do Control R to add an edge loop, and let's add one on almost the same spot as this one. So now let's press 3 for face selection. Let's select all of these faces, and I'm gonna extrude by pressing E and bringing this up to about there. Looking back at the sofa, so I brought the side piece, I brought this up to just where the side piece is going to be, and now I'm going to extrude these back parts to match the back of the couch. So let me select these faces here, and I'm just going to if I just do GZ, let's see how that looks. That's too sharp of a curve, so I'm going to extrude it, press E to extrude and bring it up, and that seems like enough to me. I'm going to bevel all this to make it much smoother. I'm debating on whether or not I want to bevel this. Maybe. I'm going to grab this edge for now, so I went into the edge select, grab this, press G, lock it to the x-axis, and that's not what I want. So actually I'm going to undo and to the point where I extruded this up. I'm going to actually add another edge loop right here, and hopefully I can get the nice curve that I actually want. So let's select those faces again, press E to extrude, bring it up, something like that. I think this is going to give me the bevels that I want, or the curves that I want when I bevel. Like I said, with all these cubes and stuff, I'm going to be beveling pretty much all of it just to give it a smooth look. Let's go back to the image to take a look at it. Yeah. Alright. I might bevel that first, but let's go ahead and kind of build out the rest of the couch. I'm back in object. Dying. I'm back in object mode, and I'm going to select these two cubes right here. And I'm going to press Shift D to duplicate, Y to lock to the Y axis, and I'm going to bring this over. I'm going to do that one other time. And I'm holding Shift to move it slowly. Do I want to? I had said that I was going to take this side and do the same thing over here, but I actually don't know if I want to. See what this looks like. This looks good actually. I'm gonna keep it like this. I am gonna go a little off of what it looks like this is doing, and I'm gonna make a back cushion just for right here. So let me do Control or Shift D to, I'm just duplicating this middle cube here and pressing Z to bring it up. R to rotate on, as you can see my object origin is all the way over there, so I'm going to set origin center of mass, then I'm going to do R, rotate on the y-axis and bring it just like that. And press GZ, bring it up. I'm going to go into edit mode, press A to select everything with this object in edit mode. S to scale on the Z axis by pressing Z, and I'm just going to bring it down just a little bit. Going back into object mode, I'm going to move this into place. I'm going to do GZ to bring it down, and then GY or GX to bring it back. And now I'm going to do Shift D, bring it over here. Shift D, just bring it on this side, and then Shift D one more time over here. And this is a bit long for this side, so let's go into edit mode 3 to choose faces, choose this face, G, Y axis, and let's bring it in. And now I just need to bevel this to make it look like more, not like cubes. So let me select all these. I'm going to select all of these as well. And this one, why not? I'll do these parts last. So I'm just going to press tab to go into edit mode, A to select everything here, and I'm going to zoom in on one of these edges so I can see what I'm doing. Control B to bevel, and I'm just going to bring it just like that. And this is just like a super simple way to do this. I'm going to select these right here, and yeah, so we have some objects here that are hiding some of this. So if you do the / on the number pad, it isolates the objects that you want, that you have selected. And in here, so while we have this isolated, I'm going to just press tab. Let's go into this mode, and I'm going to press A to select all, and I'm going to press 2 to do edge select, and I'm going to hold Alt, and that's not what I wanted. Fuck. I'm just going to hold Shift, and I'm going to deselect the ones I don't want. And I'm just clipping my camera in here so I can try to choose these. Guess I don't need that one either. Don't need that, don't need that, don't need this. Don't need that. Don't need that. Don't need this. There's a couple more in here. I think that should be good. So let's bevel this, Control B, and let's pull this out. And that looks good. All right, so if you just hit the / on the number pad again, it brings you back to this view. All right, so now that we're back in this view, let's go to this cushion right here. I'm gonna deal with these bevels first, or these parts, because they're gonna be a bit more dramatic than what we were doing over here. So I selected these edges that I want in edit mode using the edge select tool. Control B, and I'm just gonna bring this just like that. And that looks good to me. No, it doesn't. Just kidding. Yeah, it does. Why not? I'm gonna go back. I'm gonna select this edge only because it's a little weird the way that happened. I'm gonna move it. Press X to select the X axis, and I'm gonna bring it down. I'm gonna do that. Bring it in just a little bit, smooth it out. And now, while I have the select, I need to select all the edges that I want to do that simple bevel like I did on everything else. So /, and I'm just going to select everything and then just go through here and deselect the ones I don't really want. Just want the edges of the item. And beveling these probably isn't going to do anything but add more geometry, but there's really no need to do that. And I think that's everything. Let's make sure I have that selected. I think that's everything. So let's bevel this, Control B, and I'm holding Shift to do it slowly, and I'm just bringing it in. Actually, let's undo. Oops, I can not select those. I'm going to press /, bring it back, and I'm going to try to make it match these over here. So let's do Control B, and that looks good. So this is basically the couch. I'm going to do a little bit more. I'm going to select these in object mode, rotate on the Y axis. I'm just going to curve that just a little bit. And we could probably make some pillows for this as well. First thing I want to do is I want to select all of these. Just holding shift and clicking. Then I'm gonna right click in object mode, press shade smooth. Then I'm gonna go over to here, press auto smooth, and I usually do like 65. And that looks pretty good except for some of this. Let's add a weighted normal to just this object and see if we can fix that weird normal thing, and it's not. I wonder why we're getting that. I'm going to try to get rid of some of these edges. Dissolve edges, and did that fix it? Kind of. It's definitely much better. Let's do it over here. I'm in edit mode and edge select, and I'm just selecting these edges. X, dissolve edges. Seems like these are a problem over here. Let's select these. X, dissolve edges. And now what? Let's try weighted normals again, see if we can change how this looks. It's not really doing anything. Let's do /. Let's see if we can see what's going on here. Huh, I wonder why it's doing that. I'm not sure, but it's probably fine. I'm just gonna leave it alone for now. So let's create the part of the sofa that, what do you call it? The little legs of it. These are going to be real simple. I'm just going to take this cube that we have here, Shift D to duplicate, let's move it over. Tab to edit mode, A to select all of these. I'm just going to scale this down by quite a bit. And then I'm going to do S scaled on the Z axis. And then I'm going to go into face selection, select this bottom face, oops, and press scale and scale this in. And that is going to be the legs of the sofa. Let's go back into edit mode, face select, let's select the top here, and let's just get rid of that. So let's bring this over, and I'm just gonna move these. Right now it's sitting above the couch. By pressing 7 I can do this top view, and I'm just gonna move these into the positions that I want. So I'm just gonna do shift, actually I'm gonna go into edit mode, press A, then I'm gonna do shift D, Y to lock to the Y axis, and I'm going to bring that down. I'm going to select all of these. So the way I did that, I just Shift Z, went into the wireframe mode, Shift Z to come back. Selected everything I want. I'm going to do Shift D to duplicate, press X on the X axis. I'm going to go back into wireframe mode, and I'm going to select all of these by holding shift and selecting. I'm going to press G, Z, and then I just moved it above so I can actually see that. Let's go back into wireframe mode, shift Z, and then I'm going to select this, and I'm going to do shift D, X to lock to the X axis, bring this down to right here. Then I'm going to do shift D again, X, Y axis, and then I'm just gonna move these in place. Actually, I'm gonna put one right here too. Actually, I'm gonna select these. I'm gonna delete these, pressing X. Delete vertices. I'm gonna select these again, do Shift D, X to lock to the X axis. You gotta remember that all these sofa things are separate objects. So, I'm going to give each one of them legs to stand on. So let's select this, do Shift D, lock to the Y axis by pressing Y, select these, Shift D, lock to the X axis, do that, and then I'm going to select all of these, and then I'm just going to Shift D, lock it to the Y axis, and move them into place. So let's do that. cool. Now let's press tab to go back into object mode. Now these are all one object, so I'm going to do shift, or I'm going to do G, Z, and there we go. Now we've got legs. So yeah, this looks good. So now let's move on to, let's look at the photo again and see what we got here. The plant, some books. Let's create some objects to put in these shelves. Let's just do books, and let's do it. Let's just create like 3 different variations of things, and then we'll just kind of slide them into place and fill up the space. So let's go to this cube, do Shift D, let's move it over, and tab to go into edit mode. I'm going to select this whole thing, scale on the x-axis, and now I'm going to add a couple loop cuts here. Actually, let's just do one in the middle, and to make it perfect, we can go and select the offset edge loop cut, and then we can do something like that. And then let's make sure we click our cursor again, and I'm going to add another loop cut, Control R, click, bring this right here, and then I'm going to press 3 to select the face select tool. I'm going to select this, 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 and this. I'm going to select all these faces here. And yeah, I'm just gonna do E to extrude, S to scale. I'm gonna do Shift X. Yeah, Shift X seems to be giving me what I want. So locking it to the Z and Y axis, and that looks good. Now I'm going to select both these back edges. Actually, I'm going to dissolve some edges first. So I'm going to select some of these edges here that I don't need. All I'm trying to do is make a realistic looking book, I guess. Let's select these two. Let's press X, dissolve edges, and now we can select both these corners. Control B to bevel, and now we've got this back part of the book, and I'm gonna actually select the fronts of these, and I'm gonna do the same thing, and I'm gonna do shade smooth. Let's hit this, auto smooth, and now we have a book. It's a bit long. I'm going to bring it in, and now I'm going to UV this out. So let's go to UV editing. Only reason why I'm about to UV this out now is because I'm going to be duplicating it, and there's going to be several faces. Or, wait, what am I saying? I'm going to duplicate it, so there's going to be several of these, so it'll just save me time later. So yeah, let's select this. This inside part is going to be the pages, so I want that separate. Press U, mark seam, and then let's try to get the rest of this. I'm just gonna try to select the outer parts of this. Ooh, that looks screwed up, actually. Let's pause for a moment and go to this. Oh, it's not screwed up, it's just kind of weird. So undo. And let's do the same thing to this side. I'm gonna undo that, and let's just get it on the corners back here.
what got selected down here? Let's try to select just the outer parts, just like we did at the top. Just like this. It seems like I did this wrong on this side, so let's fix it. Alright, that should be good, maybe. Let's do U, mark seam. And actually, we're probably going to want to get these corners as well. Let's get this as well. Cool. Let's do U, mark seam. Let's Control A to select all these faces, press U to unwrap, and that looks pretty good. We'll organize this later. That's going to be the pages. Oops. Pressing W to change my cursor type. This is the book itself, and these are going to be the pages. So I'm just going to leave that like that. Let's go back to modeling, and when we texture, should be fine. So I'm actually going to scale this down. Let's bring it over to a shelf and see how this looks. Once again, I'm just pressing G. I'm hitting Shift Z to lock it to the XY axis. I just think it gives me more control. Looking over here, so as you can see, like a lot of these shelves aren't filled, and I'm not even going to fill this up to the extent that they have, but I'm going to create a different I'm going to create a few different variations of shelf organizations with this one type of book. Scale it a few different ways, and then and I mean it should look pretty good. So for this one, let's make sure it's on the shelf. Do Shift D, X, and 2 books next to each other sounds like a good variation. So let's duplicate this, and I'm going to bring this over here, and I'm going to select this one, go into edit mode, press A to select all those faces, scale, and I'm going to scale it on the x-axis. I'm going to make this book way smaller, and then I'm going to press Shift D to duplicate it, and then I'm going to go into edit mode, select all of it, and I am going to make it way shorter and skinnier. So I'm just pressing S to scale, Z on the Z axis, and that was Y on the Y axis. And then I'm gonna duplicate this again, press X, and then press R, Y, and I'm gonna just rotate this just a bit and have it come up right up next to this. There we go, a second type of book thingy. I'm gonna go off of this again. I'm gonna grab this, Shift D, bring it up. Let's R, Y to rotate, and I'm gonna put this one on its side. Let's move it over, G, bring it down a bit. Let's go into edit mode, select the whole thing, and I'm gonna scale this, make it a bit smaller, and then I'm gonna do Shift D, Z, and I'm just going to stack some books, and I'm just going to resize them as I bring them up. And the thing is, with these, I don't want them like going into the middle there. I want them to kind of be all stacked in the front. Let's make sure we pull this down, and let's center this whole thing. That looks good. What else can we do? Lots of things. We can do like a variation of these where we can, let's take this, bring this all the way, and instead of being on the right side, we can bring it on the left side. Let's make it bigger, but also thinner. I'm actually going to bring this in a bit. And let's
duplicate this again. Let's bring this over. That looks good. And then we could bring like this small one over. Let's press. So I'm just grabbing it, Shift D to duplicate, and then I'm pressing the corresponding axes to axes. I fucking can't. Just hitting like X, Y, or Z to lock it to those axes. X, whatever. Ignore me. Rotate Y. Shift Z to lock it to the X, Y, and then Shift D, Z axis, Tab, edit mode. Let's just scale this whole thing and let's replace it. So now we have 4 variations of things. We could probably do one more. This is actually pretty easy. So let's bring this over, Shift D. Let's just bring this over here. I'm going to make this real simple. Shift D, bring this over. Let's bring this in too. I'm just going to put this in place, and I'm going to bring this also to this side now. Select the whole thing, scale it, make it way thinner. Oop, let's make sure it's not clipping. Create a few of these. Make sure they're close enough to where they make sense. And then I'm going to duplicate this one again, Tab, scale it. And then let's do one more. This one, oops, I'm still in edit mode. Let's do one more, but this one I'm going to rotate a little bit to make it lean up against that. And let's add another one on this side. I'm going to scale this up so that's a bit different. So there we go. We got like 5 variations of these books. And I'm just gonna place them around. So like this could be like there. I'm actually gonna join these all together. Actually, no, I'm not yet. Oops, I accidentally have the whole room selected. So all I'm doing is I'm selecting, oops. I'm selecting the shelves that I want, selecting every object on there by holding Shift and clicking. And then I'm pressing Shift D and locking it to the axes. Ugh. And moving them around. I feel like I'm saying that wrong, like really badly. I'm not going to put anything too high because I'm assuming people won't be able to reach it if it's too high. I just want this to look good aesthetically, you know? So let's bring this over. That seems like enough for that one. Let's duplicate this in a couple more places. Let's just bring it to like right here. And we could bring this to like right here. Let's bring it up and let's bring it over. That looks good. Let's duplicate this shelf. This shelf looks nice. Let's bring it down and bring it over to, how about right here? And Shift D, Z-axis. Let's bring it up. Let's bring it to like right here. Shift D, press X. Let's bring this all the way over here. Let's put it right underneath this one. Nice. And I'm going to put it in one more spot. I'm going to put it right here. Just press the decimal on the number pad so I can get really close. Recenter my camera. I'm going to continue to move this where it needs to go. Let's move this set of books. Let's do Control D. Let's bring it over there. I'm going to keep bringing it. Let's bring it down to right here. And then I will put it like, ooh, it's too close to the other one. How about right here? This looks good. That's close to the one we just placed, but that's fine. Let's put this here. This looks good. What are the other ones that we have that I didn't put in a lot of places? This right here. We can copy these books and add them. So Shift Z. Put this right here. And then I'm going to duplicate this again. I'm going to put one right here. And then I'm going to duplicate this again, and I'm going to bring this down. That looks good. What else can I do? I'm going to duplicate this and put, oops. Let's make sure I'm in the right view. So I keep pressing H, which hides the object, and it's right next to G, and G is the movement, so I just keep having to press Control Z to unhide the object. If you do accidentally hide several objects and you need to find them, if you press Alt H, it unhides everything in the scene. That changes depending on whether or not you're in edit mode or object mode. If I hide this in object mode and go into edit mode and press Control H or Alt H, it won't unhide. So if I go back to object mode by pressing Tab and hold Alt H, it does come back. So that's important. I need to fill these shelves up, so I'm just gonna grab 3 things. So let's do this one. Let's grab everything that's in there. Let's press the decimal on the number pad to reorient the camera because it's a bit screwed up. And once again, I'm just moving this stuff into place. Shift D, let's bring this over here. Let's bring that down, decimal to reorient the camera. Let's bring it all the way to the bottom. There's that. Let's select this one, bring it over, reorient the camera. Let's get one more. Let's do this shelf. Oops. I'm gonna just try to place it right here. There you go. Now we have
some shelves filled up. Looks good. Now there are a bunch of objects and we'll join them later, but I'm gonna play around with different book colors using the same atlas and see how that goes. So as far as the next thing we should do is, let's look at this. The next thing we should do is, let's make this bed. Now I'm gonna do this bed almost exactly how I did the sofa, and where I'm just gonna kind of shape it out and then bevel the edges and call it a day. So let's actually undo that. Let's do Shift D on the cube that we have in the scene. I'm just gonna bring it over here, try to place it, reorient the camera to make it a bit easier. Shift G, Z, bring it up. Let's go into tab mode and let's just start scaling this and on Z axis and start building this out. So in object mode, let's place it. Let's go press tab. Let's make sure I have face selection by pressing 3 and select the faces I want to move, and let's just start moving them. I'm gonna make this bed 2 mattresses on the ground. It's gonna be quite small, which is fine. Let's build this out. That looks like a solid mattress, and I'm gonna select this whole, actually I'm gonna, in object mode, I'm gonna make sure that it's above my little platform here. Select the whole thing, Control B, and just bring that in until it looks right. Then I'm going to duplicate this whole object and just put it right on top of itself. And look at that, 2 mattresses. Let's shade smooth both of these. And let's see if weighted normals will fix how it looks weird. Damn, weighted normals has just not been doing anything for me. Maybe adding the auto smooth. Yeah, I mean, it's just gonna be weird, I guess. It's fine. Now we need to add the blanket, and I'm gonna do this very simply. So I have this object over here, and this is kind of where I want to spawn objects in. So I'm gonna do Shift S, cursor selected, and then I'm going to do mesh plane, and I'm gonna just bring this up and kind of model out this on top of this item. I might use sculpt mode to build this out a bit. So I'm just in edit mode now, and I'm gonna scale this to what I want. I'm gonna press 2 so I can grab this edge. And I'm gonna actually press E to extrude, Z to bring up, E to extrude again. I'm gonna bring this back. So there's a back face there, which is why we can't see it, because you can't see the other side. I'm gonna put a solidify modifier on there, and I think it will look fine once I do that. So for this, let's go make sure we're in edit mode. I'm gonna add a bunch of loop cuts. So just gonna create a bunch, and I'm gonna create a bunch on this side as well. And then making sure I'm still on edge select, I'm gonna hold Alt, select this edge, Alt Shift, select that edge, Alt Shift, select this edge. I'm going to that creates some problems. I'm gonna undo until there. Now I'm going to select these edges. Everything I just did, I should have done this first. So I'm gonna select these edges, press E, Z, bring this down. Let's see if I can do this in a way that makes sense. No. Alright, I'm just gonna select this top edge. Press E to extrude, bring it up. E to extrude, bring it this way. Then I'm going to select this. I'm going to press E to extrude, E to extrude down. This is going to be a bit weird. I'm trying to make this thing fold over. It should be noted that blankets are not my strong suit. I know I saw in Unity 2.83 they had a cool editor that they were showing to do something with it, but I haven't looked at that yet. This should be fine. I'm gonna go ahead and add all those edge loops by pressing Control R, and let's see how this goes. Let's add a bunch on the sides too. And actually, before I do the bunch on the sides, let's make sure we're in edit mode, edge tool. Let's select this, Shift Alt, select that, Shift Alt, let's select this. We don't need these selected, so let's make sure we unselect that. And let's, oops, bevel. Nice. Yeah, that looks really bad. Let's try that again, make sure I don't clip. Nice. Let's go to modifier. Let's add the solidifier modifier on there. And let's do it by quite a bit. Apply. What's going on over here? Let's try to just move this in a way that makes sense. I bet it's the same on this side. Nope, nope, it's good on this side. I'm gonna select these edges right here. I'm gonna just bevel them. No, I'm not, just kidding. Seems like this is still a bit weird. Can I select all of this and bevel? I'm just trying to make this like as smooth as possible. I mean, it looks good. Let's go into sculpt mode and sculpt this. So I should know I have this object selected. So if I go into sculpt mode, and basically all this is doing is just choosing sculpt mode in this mode. It's just set up in this tab. That's all that it is. I'm gonna kind of manipulate this a bit, make it look a bit more natural. I'm gonna use this thing and just kind of pull this. I want it to be bigger. This might be a bit too big. I also noticed that I have some symmetry on. I don't really need it on. What I don't want is to clip the bed like that. Or like that. Let's bring this down just a little bit, and I'm just clicking and pulling. The whole point of this is to just make it look a bit better, a bit more natural. And I wonder, just bring these up a bit, make it look a bit lumpy. I wonder what I can do on this to kind of make it look a bit more natural. Just pull it out a bit. You can pull this in a bit. All of these are a bit far anyways. I'm gonna make sure that I'm not pulling any vertices into itself. And I can go over here and bring all this in.
cool. Alright, let's go back to modeling. That actually doesn't look bad, and I can live with it. Now what we should make is some pillows. There's pretty much two things we can make right now. Oh, it looks like I added smoothing to this object at some point. I didn't mean to do that. But yeah, there's pretty much two things I need to make right now. And that's pillows and the plant. And then it's pretty much, I'm pretty much done in here. So I'm actually gonna delete this because I don't think I need it anymore. I'm gonna move this table into position. Let's make sure I select all the parts to it. So I'm in object mode. Hold shift, selected those. Press G to move, shift Z to lock to the XY axis, and I'm just gonna move this to two positions that I like. And there we go. Now this sofa has some tables. Actually, one thing I'm going to make right now real quick. So I was trying to look at this and try to figure out how I was going to do the floor. I don't really like this little cross thing. I think it's weird. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to do carpet in the room here. And then in the spawn area, I'm going to do wood. And I'm going to add a little break in between. So with this, I'm going to select the room, go into edit mode, Control R to create an edge loop, and I'm going to bring this, actually let's press 7 to look on top, and now let's do Control R, and I'm going to bring this right so that it cuts in between, and I'm actually going to, in edit mode, press 3 for face select. I'm going to select this, and I'm going to press P selection to create its own game object from this, just to make adding a material to it easy. And let's add the little piece that goes between that. So I don't need 3 of these faces. So edit mode, face select, just gonna delete these faces. Let's bring this over. Let's go back into edit mode, select this, decimal on the number pad to reorient the camera around it. Select all of this, and let's scale this down. I'm actually going to add an edge loop right in the middle here. Select A, or press A to select all, G, and then bring this down. Let's do objects at origin center of mass. Let's bring this to like, oops, right here. And now I'm gonna go into edge mode, or edge select these two, G, Z, bring this down. I'm gonna select all this, scale it even more, and then I'm going to kind of place it just right there in the middle of both of these. Press 2 for edge select, select these edges, G to move on the Y axis. Let's zoom in on this, and let's bring this down. Whoops, that's too much. Perfect, now that looks cool. So yeah, let's make those pillows. I do pillows in a weird way because I always thought pillows were weird, but I will show you how I do it. Let's do, let's just create a plane, and let's move this over here. Let's go into edit mode, just press the decimal on the number pad to reorient my camera around this object. Let's rotate this, bring it up, and let's make sure it's straight. And let's go into edit mode, Control R to add a bunch of edge loops. That's probably enough, and it's probably enough on this side. So let's press 1 for the vertice selection tool, select this center vertice, make sure proportional editing is selected, G, and I'm going to bring this up a bit, and I'm just going to lock it to the x-axis and bring this out a bit, and that seems like a good side of a pillow to me. And I'm gonna press Shift S for my cursor
tools, and I'm going to press cursor to selected so I have it right there. I'm also now, while I'm in object mode, going to press Shift A, empty, plane axis, and then click my pillow again. Let's go to here, press mirror in the modifiers, and now I have it. Where is it? It just kind of lined up good. So it's mirroring on the x-axis. I want to mirror this object, this empty, and yeah, it was already good. So because it mirrors against itself, so, and the object orientation of this space, the origin of the game object here, or this model, was right there, which is exactly where our empty object is. So it worked out. But I'm going to select this empty object. I'm going to bring this way closer. And actually, let's make sure merge is set, and let's make this a bigger number. Oops. And now my corners are merged together. And now let's apply this. I'm going to delete this empty object, and now I need to join these. So basically what I like to do is I just connect these, and then I create a edge in between, and then I scale that out, and it looks pretty good. So I'm just selecting the vertices across from each other and pressing F. I don't think this is how most people make pillows. This seems to be the easiest way to me. It's a bit tedious. It just seemed like every other tutorial I found for pillows were like overly complicated for no reason. This is not that complicated. There's probably a super easy way to do it, I just don't know it. But it's fine. That did not connect. Alright, select these, and I'm just pressing F to join these together. And now let's do that. Okay, actually I don't want to do that, because if I do that, that's not going to work. Yeah, if I did that, it would not create the vertices in between like I want, so, which is okay. Oops. Now I just need to fill these shapes, so, and then we can cut in between them. So I'm just selecting, I'm in edge mode now by pressing 2, and I'm selecting these edges in this pillow to join all of these parts together. So just select these edges. And once you have them all, press F to fill. There we go, 2 more sides left. Like I said, it's a bit tedious, but it's super simple to me. And one more. And now what I like to do is take the knife tool, let it snap to the vertices at the ends, and select those and just press enter. And I'm going to do that on all 4 sides. I'm going to make sure that it is snapping to the corners. So when you have the knife tool out, you can move your camera around. It honestly just takes a little bit used to messing with, because I feel like I'm just going to be fucking everything up while I have the knife tool out. But it's fine. So it's like that. And perfect. Now back into edge select. I'm going to select this edge I just created with the knife tool, and I'm just going to scale, not like that. I'm going to turn off proportional editing, and then I'm going to scale this out just a little bit and add shade smooth, and we have a nice pillow here. Now if I select all this, so here, let's just duplicate this, bring this over. If I select all this, press like X or something, you can like really play with it. I can duplicate this over here. Edit mode, scale on the Y, make it longer. So yeah, you can do a lot. I'm actually going to use these fluffier ones. I just duplicated that, and let's scale it for the bed here. Rotate on the Y axis. How's that? Is there space underneath? Nope. That's good. I don't like how it's kind of weirdly dark on the... Let's see if weighted normals will do anything for me here. Nope. Why is that just... I don't really understand weighted normals, but it's whatever. I'm just going to duplicate these. Let's move them forward. Rotate it on the Y-axis. Actually, that's annoying. Set origin to the center. Let's rotate it on the Y-axis. Let's bring it up. Duplicate this. Actually, I'm going to select all of these in object mode, objects at origin, center. It's just really annoying when it gets like off like that, and I mean that looks fine, so I'm just going to leave that. Let's grab this fluffy square pillow, scale it down. I feel like it can definitely get smaller. Objects set origin, center of mass. And this looks good, so I'm just going to move these. Actually, you can make that a little bit bigger. Maybe even a little bit bigger. Oops. I'm just going to try to move a couple of these into place. One right there. Let's duplicate it, bring one over there. And let's add one right over here. Looks good. So I'm just going to delete these, I don't need them. And now we have pillows in this space. I hope this couch isn't going to look small. I feel like it's going to be small. But that's okay. I actually do think it's going to be really small, so I'm going to select all the parts to this couch. Let's make sure I'm not missing anything. I'm going to scale this up just a bit. That is not just a bit. Something like that. That seems a bit better. Let's move this. Let's replace these tables so they're not clipping with our newly sized couch. Cool. I'm going to delete that cube because I don't think I need it anymore. There's one more thing I got to do, and then we're going to start texturing, and that is to create the plant. And this is actually going to begin our texturing. I have a leaf texture already created from a different project, so that's what I'm going to use for this. I'm not going to be making it exactly like that, but I do have one that's good, because usually I set up my leaf texture, like my branch leaf textures, and that usually takes a minute, and I'm not going to do that in this tutorial. So I'm in my VRChat world. This is the tutorial project, which is this. So I'm going to go into my assets folder that I created. I'm going to create textures. Oops, caps lock is on. And then I'm going to go into here, and I'm going to create folder leaves. And that's going to be the first texture I use. Let's go and find the texture I'm talking about. I have it in here. Textures, what did I call it? Lobby plant? Yeah, it's this. This is the texture I'm going to be using, and
I'm going to copy both of these and paste it in here, so I've got my leaf texture and I got my normals for it. So that's good to have, because now we can add the leaves to the plant when we make it. So let's make this plant. This is going to be pretty simple. Where's my cursor? Let's hit the cursor selection, bring the cursor back into the room. And I'm going to press Shift A, mesh cylinder, and instead of 32 sides, let's do 8. So let's move this up, go into edit mode, scale this down, and bring this down like that. Is that a good size? I'm just going to kind of scale it against my couch here, and that seems way too big. Something like this seems way more reasonable. I'm going to add shade smooth just because I don't like the weird octagon shape that it's got going on. Edit mode, let's go to face select. Let's select this top face, and I'm going to just bring this out a little bit. Then I'm going to bring this in by pressing E to extrude, bring it down, and let's go. I just pressed 2 to go to edge select. I'm going to press Alt and select this outer edge here. Control B to bevel, and I'm just going to bevel this to make it look nice. And this is a solid plant pot. Actually, I'm going to select this bottom edge too. I just edge select, Alt click, and I'm going to bring it in a bit more. And I'm going into face select to make sure I have this face selected. I'm going to delete it because I don't need it. So the way I do plants is I kind of do it. So I watched the how to make a tree in Blender in 1 minute tutorial, and I kind of just do everything like that in terms of plants because it seems like a really good method. So that's the way I'm going to do it here. I'm going to move my cursor over here, so that's Shift S, cursor to selected, since I had this selected. I'm going to do Shift A, in object mode, bring in a plane, go into hit tab, and I'm going to select 3 of these vertices. I hit 1 to do vertices select these 3 vertices, X, delete the vertices, select the only vertice left. I'm going to move it to this plant. I'm going to press E to extrude, bring it up, and now I'm going to add a modifier. I'm going to add the skin modifier. While I'm still in edit mode, select A to select both the vertices that are still there. Control A scales the skin mesh, which is a bit different than like the normal S to scale, which is super annoying, but it's whatever. And I'm just going to scale this down until I have something I like. And this is basically going to be the branches that I make. So I'm just gonna, I'm selecting the topmost vertice, and I'm pressing A to extrude, and that's all I'm doing is I'm just extruding this as much as I feel like, and I can select any vertice I want in edit mode and extrude off of that. Just make sure I don't create any weird shapes here that aren't realistic looking. This looks good. Let's bring another one out. And let's do one more. And this looks like a cool plant. It's short. I don't know if I meant to do that. Let's make it taller. So once again, just in edit mode, vertice select tool, selecting the vertices that I want to extrude out and just extruding them out. And I'm just making random branch shapes that look cool. And now this plant is a bit taller than it just was.
Cool. So now, if I'm happy with this, which I think I am, I'm going to apply the skin mesh, and now we have all these vertices here. And now I'm going to create a vertex group of all the vertices I want our leaves to potentially be on, I guess is a good way to say it. So I'm just going to press W. I'm still in edit mode, still in the vertices selection mode, pressing W until I have this selection. As you can see, when you press W, it changes up here and it changes the type of cursor you have. And I'm just going to select all the branches. Oops, hold shift when you do this, that I want the leaves to potentially be on, and that's good. So for vertex group here, we're in this little option here. Let's press add and assign. So what that just did is assigned all these vertices to this vertex group we just created. So now we need to let's create the object with our leaves. So I'm going to go into the material view, and I'm going to press in object mode now. So I pressed tab, went back to object mode, shift A, and I'm going to bring in another plane. And I'm just going to bring that right here. And I am going to add the leaf texture to this plane. So let's go to shading. Just press the decimal on the number pad to reorient my camera over here. I'm going to create a new material that is now has been assigned to this plane since we had it selected. I'm going to call this leaves. Over here, so actually I need this specific material to be transparent. So if you're not familiar with the node system in Blender, this is going to be a bit confusing, but basically all we're doing is we're assigning a texture to this material, or to this object. How the texture relays onto the object is determined by the UV editor. So basically, if this was our image, that's how it's going to look on here. So this is going to be a bit confusing for the first one to show. This probably isn't the best one to show if you're a beginner, but basically I need to create a transparent material in Blender because the leaves are going to be cut out of this material, of this texture. So in the node thing, what I need is I need a diffuse. By the way, I'm hitting Shift A, and I'm getting this thing, which is the same way how you add a shape in the other editor, in the shading editor, in the node system here. Shift A is how you bring in different nodes. So texture, image texture, because that's going to be our leaves. Let's do transparent. There we go. Then, so these are two different shaders. So we're going to need a mix shader. We have a normal map, so I'm going to add normal map, and then I'm going to duplicate this, Shift D for the normal map texture, and now we just need to combine these. So let's add, let's find the leaves that we had saved, lobby plant, and let's find the normal map of that texture we had, normal. Now I can bring the normal map to the normal map node, and I can bring the texture to the diffuse texture here. I can connect the normal map here with this, and then I can bring this into the shader, and now we want the transparent to also go into the mix shader, and so I'm going to bring that over here. And for this to actually work, we have to hit the materials option on this side. Make sure that the blend mode is alpha blend for this object. And it should work. I don't know if it's... Oh, we have to set the image alpha for the alpha blend set to this thing, and now it works. That's what I did wrong. And this little small, kind of complicated, but not really that complicated at all, node system is how you do translucent things in Blender Node. And this isn't the only way to do it, but this is how I do it. So let's go back to modeling. One thing that's important is we need the origin of this object to be at the beginning of the stem that we want. So I'm just going to hit that and basically hit this right there. And while I have this selected, I can go to Object, Set Origin.
origin to 3D cursor, and that does it. I'm also going to go into edit mode, press K for knife, and I'm going to cut this up a bit because I don't like how big this is. And now press 3. I'm going to press W to change my cursor type. 3 to do face select, and I'm just going to select these. And this is good. Now I'm going to press 1. And I'm just going to move this around to give it a bit more of a 3D shape. I'm not going to mess with the stem part because I do need that to be where it is. Ooh. I guess those are fine. Let's select these. I guess I could have like made this easier on myself and added some more geometry in here. So I'm just gonna cut this up a bit more. Let's select the centerpiece and make sure it still makes sense, and that seems fine to me. So now the way we get this leaf on here, if you remember, we had created the vertex group with this. On here I can go to the particle options here. So while I have this object selected, I'm in particles. I can hit create new particle. I'm going to do hair. I'm going to press advanced. For the renderer, I want to do object, and the object I want to use, you can select, and I'm going to select the leaves. Let's change this to something much smaller so you can actually see. Let's go into rotation. Actually, let's go down to vertex groups and choose the group that we had created. And now for rotation, I'm going to do object Z. The goal is to get these pointed in the air. If you can't really do it, you can press this button right here, object rotation, and then the leaves on the tree will rotate with the actual object it's referencing. So that way you can manipulate this to get this the way you want it to look. So usually I have the best results if I have these pointed straight up. And then so once that's pointed straight up, you can go into rotation and you can start playing with how this reacts. And I'm gonna add way more than just 5. That is a lot. The thing is, our leaves are kind of big, so let's go to scale, and that was wrong. Let's bring it down a bit. Oops, 0.02, 0.03, 0.04. Yeah, I mean, that seems kind of fine to me. Let's add some more. Why not? And there we go. We've got a cool bush. Let's make it a game object. So right now it's a particle system. If you go to the modifier options, you'll see while you have this object selected, you'll see you have this convert now. And basically when you press this, it's going to convert your particle system into a mesh. But it's going to like duplicate your particle system. So this won't actually go away. So press convert. So now we have all these objects. And we still have a particle system that's creating the same exact thing that we just joined together. So what I like to do is I like to select one of these and press Control J, and it joins this whole thing, and it creates a whole giant mess, which we'll deal with in a sec. Let's go back to the particle. Right now we have the join mesh that we just created. So what we actually can do is select the other thing. We were able to select the particle system here. We can get rid of that. So now we just have this.
And so basically what happened when I joined that together, that kind of became the object that the particles were referencing, so which is why it got all crazy. And then our original object got all crazy too. So I'm just going to delete that. And basically now we have what we wanted here. And this is it. And now I'm just going to duplicate it, bring one over here. Actually, I could probably bring it up on this table. It's small enough. Oops, did not mean to do that. And let's bring one somewhere else. Let's bring one, oops, let's not do that one. Let's bring one right here. So now we have 3 plants in here. And this, I mean, this is pretty much done, and we just need a texture and then bring it in. And so texturing is what we're gonna do right now. Oh, I take that back. There's one more thing we have to make, which is the ceiling and the lights. I just realized. So let's do that right now. I could just extrude one of these walls, but I'm not gonna do that, or at least not yet. I don't think I'm gonna do that. I think I'm just gonna make a new plane and make that the ceiling. First, if we look at the image here, it's got this like weird little offset ceiling thing, which I actually don't hate. I think it's pretty cool. So let's try to replicate something like that. I'm actually gonna build it off of this game object right here. So going into edit mode with this selected, I'm going to select this edge, and this edge. I'm going to press E and lock to the x-axis and bring it out to about where I would want it to come out. Like I said, my space is a bit different than theirs, so got a bit more control where I want it. I'm going to bring it to here. I'm going to press E again, lock to the x-axis, and bring it further down this way. I'm going to select this side, press E again, lock it to the y-axis, and bring it to about here. So with that, I am now going to select each one of these faces, and I'm going to press P selection and separate it into its own game object. And now I'm going to go back with this newly created object selected. I'm going to go back into edit mode, and I'm going to select the outer edges of this, and I'm going to press E, lock to the Z axis to extrude it up. And then I'm going to go back into object mode, press G to move, Z, and I'm going to bring this down to maybe something like that. Well, actually, let me undo. Let me grab all of these edges to extrude up. So let's do that. So I have the all the outer edges selected. E, Z to extrude up. Then I'm going to press F to close it all up. And then I'm going to bring it down. I'm going to go into object mode, or in edit mode. It looks like I extruded it just a bit too much. Press A to select all of it. Scale by pressing S. Lock it to the Z axis, and I'm going to make it something like that. Then I'm going to just bring it down a bit. And then I'm going to put the ceiling on top of this. So I'm just going to go in object mode, Shift A, add a plane. And I'm just going to move this plane into its spot. So R to rotate, let's do it on the X axis. And let's do this. And I'm just going to scale this up until it's covering this whole thing. And in edit mode, I'm just going to select these edges. I'm going to bring it down so it's not like ridiculous. And here we go. Let's make sure it's actually working as a ceiling. Did I just hit that? Did not mean to. That looks good. Close that. Yes, I don't want this open. Looking at this, do I want this to go all the way to the ceiling? I thought it might be cool to have it off just a little bit. But maybe
Actually, yeah, I like it how it is. I'm just going to take this side and I'm just going to move it in just a bit more. And then let's go into edit mode. Let's choose this face. Let's bring it in a little bit. And then I can bring this up. I'm going to delete the top face because we don't need it. So, that looks weird actually. It won't look weird if I move it away from all the edges here. So if I go into top view, go into edit mode, let's do 1 for, 7. So top view, that's 7 on the number pad. I chose 1 for the vertice select, and I'm just going to bring this in a bit, and I'm going to select this side, and I'm going to bring it in a bit as well. So now it's just like this weird separate piece. And if I go into edit mode, press 3 for face select, select this top part, bring this in as much as I can, E to extrude, let's bring it up, X to delete that face, and now it's a bit more natural if I want to just kind of hanging from the ceiling here. And now we can create some lights to go in here. So yeah, let's do that. Let's do Shift A. Let's do cylinder. So the 8 sides, let's do 6. In object mode, let's bring it over here. Press the decimal on the number pad to reorient the camera to around it. Let's do scale Z in edit mode. Let's bring it down. This is going to be real simple. Let's do face select. Select this face. Bring this in. E to extrude. Let's extrude it up. And actually, that's all I'm going to do. I'm going to hit this top face, X to delete, choose the face, and then I'm going to do that. That seems cool. Let's go into edit mode, select all, let's scale this down, and now GZ, just bring this up. How does that look? I think it's still a bit big, so let's scale it down a bit. And I'm just going to put lights on this thing, so I'm just going to select these and move it around. And I'm just placing them to wherever I think they look good. I'm going to select these 4. Oops. Am I in edit mode? I'm in object mode, so none of these are joined together. Let's join them. Let's go into edit mode and then do this. Select all these. I'm going to bring these to like right there. Does that look fine? It looks a bit weird in the center here. Let's select these. Let's delete those. Let's select these. Let's select these, let's delete those, and let's just do that. And then to make it look a bit more natural, I'm actually just going to move this and bring it in a bit. So there we go. Now we have this. I'm actually going to go into edit mode with these select these center pieces that are going to be the emissive parts, and I'm going to press P to separate and select, and now these are 2 separate items. So there we go. Now we can begin texturing, and so let's do that. So the thing with texturing is, in Blender, since we're planning on taking this from Blender and bringing it over into Unity, all you really need to do is make sure your UVs are okay. I like to set up textures and try to make it look nice just for my own sanity. And honestly, when I'm building, like for a world for myself or something, whoops, I generally like to start texturing like in the middle of doing stuff. So one thing I also like to do, which is not necessary, I like to bring in lights. It should be noted when you do your export, your FBX export, these lights when they come into Unity are going to be super bright. But with the lights, I can go into the light options over here, and it gives me a much cleaner look of the space I'm building. So like these aren't going anywhere specific. I'm just placing them so I can see. One thing I actually would like to model is the light in here. I'm going to do that real simply. Let's hit this. Let's go back here. Let's make that. So I selected these two things. I'm going to press 1 to go to vertice selection. I'm going to just copy that, and then I'm going to duplicate it, bring it to like the center of this room, and I'm going to do my best to bring it right there, and that'll be enough. That'll be good. Cool. So what do I want to do first? Let's go into the render view. I got some lights in here. The space is pretty cool. So let's texture it. First thing I want to do is let's make the glass. How about that? Whoops, I did not mean to do that. So the reason why I chose the glass first is because I actually don't need to texture it. I mean, if I wanted to add a normal to give it some like bump to it or something, you could do that, but I'm just going to use a simple color and just going to do it all in Blender here, and then when we bring it into Unity, I will do it in Unity. So I'm going to do this the same way we did the leaves, but instead of using a texture, you won't have to. So the nodes we will need, so I'm in the shading tab, the nodes we will need are diffuse, transparent, and mix shader, and I think that should work if I remember correctly. Let's bring that there, let's bring that there, let's bring this here. Let's make sure our blend mode is alpha blend. It wasn't working because the material wasn't even on that. Alright. Alright, let's make sure the material is on there. So it was working, it was just over here, not over here. So if you're in the material tab over here and you grab this, you can drag the material onto pretty much anything. So I'm just going to bring that over there. So yeah, what textures do I need to bring in? Well, a lot. Where should I start? Let's start with this wall. I'm going to try to find like a rocky, I mean, I think that's brick, but I want something rocky to be here, and in here it kind of encompasses this entire thing, so it's this wall, and this wall, so I will do that, and then I'm also going to try to find a drywall. I think that will be good. So first, I just want to go into here and create some folders, so let's do brick, and let's do drywall. Oops, drywall. So, let's go here. So, this website is called cc0textures.com. The cool thing about this website is that you can use anything here and distribute it. And as far as I understand it, this is just one dude making dope textures, and he's got a Patreon, which I support, and you should too, because I use these a lot, and it's free, so you don't have to support. So I'm just gonna look up brick and see what we can find. I want like a beige-ish type color. Ooh, this actually looks really good. Let's see what else I can find. This looks good. I mean, it's not the same. I actually like this a lot. I'm going to take this. This is what I'm going to use. So, I'm just going to download the 2K version. I'm going to... Oop, that was the right folder. I'm going to go into Assets, Texture. This is going to go in here. I'm going to save that there. Let's go find a drywall. Cool. What is this? It's concrete. I don't want concrete. This is drywall. Definitely is drywall. It's cracked though.
This could work. I will download this. And I will put it in my drywall, but obviously I don't want it this like light blue color, so let's edit it a bit. So let's go in here. Let's do extract files. Let's do that. Extract the zip. Actually, I'm going to delete that. I'm going to extract here so they all just pop up. Oops. And then I'm going to delete this because I don't need it. And let's go to the brick. Extract here. Ooh, I keep pressing enter. So cool. I think these bricks are good. Let's go here. Drywall. Just want to look at this. It's so rough. That's fine. It's fine though. We'll work with it. Let's open up this and make it better. So I'm gonna go to color. Let's go to saturation. I'm just gonna bring that all the way down. And that's all I'm gonna do to it. So let's export this out. And I'm just gonna replace that because I definitely don't want that blue. There's no reason to save it. Alright, let's go back here. So an easy one to start with is, these textures are simple and we're not going to get too crazy with texturing anything. So a lot of this stuff is just going to be simple UVing, not going to get too crazy. You're going to be using a lot of the tools here to UV it out. I think that'll be sufficient for this. So for the ceiling here, this is going to be that white drywall. So let's create our drywall texture. So this, by pressing new material while we have that selected, it created a material, assigned the material we're creating onto this object. So we're going to call that drywall. Before we go further in here, let's go to UV editing. Actually, not yet. We'll put the texture on there first. So let's just do texture, image texture. Let's go ahead, add that over there. Let's add a normal map. Yeah, a normal map node, and we can add that right there. Come on. And let's go to open, assets, textures, drywall color, and I'm just going to duplicate this. And now when I open it, it takes me right to that folder. And that is so cool. Let's go into UV editing. Like I said, this is a tileable texture. Yeah. And so I'm just going to select this object, press tab, make sure that I have this selected so I can see this, because that's just how I like it. I'm going to select everything over here and I'm just going to scale it until it looks right to me. And that looks right to me. That looks good. Not a big fan. Whoops. I'm not a fan of this drywall, I'm gonna be honest with you. Actually, you know what? Fuck this drywall. I don't want it. I have a better one with, where is it? VRChat. This is the back thing. VRChat Worlds, Black Cat. And now I got a good one in here. Drywall. Yes, this works. I'm copying this. This is way better. I can't remember where this texture came from, but it works. So I'm going to do it. Let's do that. And we're just going to replace these, and that's way better. And if we want... I don't know what that does, actually. Whatever, that's good. It doesn't need to be so shiny. Perfect. Now let's do this thing. Now this thing's a bit more complicated. You can see that this object also goes on the inside. Let's go into UV editing and let's UV this out. I'm going to press the / on the numpad to isolate this object. And I'm going to press that and let's see what we can do here. So in edit mode, I'm pressing 2 for the edge select, and I'm just going to select some of these edges. Actually,
Actually, I'm going to press 3. I'm going to delete some of these that I don't need. It will make UVing this stuff out way easier. So let's get rid of those faces. Press 2. Now I'm going to select some of these edges to mark these seams. I don't need these as well. Oops. X to delete the faces, and I don't believe I need it on this side either. Alright, let's press 2 to go back to edge select. And now let's go and select some of these edges. So basically we're just trying to select edges to help this fold out onto the UV map. So these seem good. I'm going to press U, mark seam, A to select everything, U to see how that comes out. And that comes out pretty good. We're probably going to have to change how this is, but let's add the texture first. Or let's create the material to add it on, and let's see how that goes. So / to get back to this view. Shading and new. Let's do brick. And let's do Shift A, texture. Can you even see my thing over here? You can't see my screencast. That's lame. But that's fine. I'll do my best to explain. So Shift A, texture, image texture. Let's go ahead and add it to this. Do open, assets, textures, brick, color. Ooh, cool. Let's go ahead and add the normal map. And let's go ahead and we can duplicate this and find the normal for this. Sick. Now let's go back to UV editing to change how this looks. I'm going to go into render mode here, and let's select and press L. So if in edit mode, if you press the face selection tool, go over on the object, press L instead of selecting everything like it has done in the past for us. It's only going to select the faces within the marked seams. So that works out, and this looks good. So we're going to want to rotate this in the UV to change how the UVs are look on here, and then I'm going to grab this, and we're going to want to do the same thing. Let's not forget about that. I'm just going to rotate this. Actually, I accidentally scaled it, so I actually want to try to keep all these scaled properly. So let's do that again. Can you see my screencast here? There it is. All right, so let's do that and press L to select this. Let's rotate that a bit. And then there's these. Let's rotate that, and now those are the same way. And it looks like this. What are these faces over here? So because I have this selected on this right here, if I select a face over here, it corresponds to over here. If I press the decimal and the number pad, it reorients my camera onto what I have selected. And I just learned that these are the faces being hidden by this thing, store frame, which is cool. So everything is faced the same way, and I'm just going to press S and scale this in the UVs to make this the appropriate size that I want it to be. That's too small. Alright, this only, by the way, only pops up over here if you're in edit mode, so that's why it keeps disappearing, because I keep pressing tab going in and out of edit mode. Cool, this looks good. Let's move on to the next thing. So I could actually make this
the same color as the roof. It seems like this drywall is actually a bit of a beige, so let's edit that. Let's go to textures, we were in drywall. Let's open up the white drywall here, and we're gonna add just a slight beige to it and update the texture in the program. So let's go in here, let's do, what you can do is you can add a new layer, go here, let's create like a super light beige, and this is a grayscale thingy, which is fucking stupid. So let's just click this, copy, Control N, more options, RGB, paste, and then let's create a new layer on top. Let's paint this the beige I want. Perfect, and now we can do overlay. I think it actually might work better the other way, so let's go back to normal. Overlay. Nope, maybe not. Overlay. Let's make it darker. Yeah, I feel like I'm doing something wrong here. Normal. Maybe it is this way. Overlay. Maybe it's not. Overlay, normal. Alright. Yeah, let's just make it darker, I guess. Yeah, alright. Looks good to me. I'm gonna call it the same thing, except I'm gonna do edit or something. So let's export this out, export, let it do its thing. Let's go back here. Shading, let's just click the ceiling, let's click this, and let's click that. And it barely changed because I barely did it. That's so weird, what the fuck? So it doesn't do anything. Oh. Now it's working? Why is it such a weird color? I don't understand. This is being weird and I don't understand why. So that makes yellow. Why though? That makes white. I don't even care anymore. It's just gonna be that, and in Unity we'll fix it. It's so fucking stupid. So yeah, that's... We're just gonna assign this to be the same drywall color, but what we need to do is UV this out. If you look, it's all fucked because I extruded it from this thing, which is why. If I just do smart UV, pretty much does it. Works out. Keeping it simple. Cool. Now let's go grab the wood for like the stairs and this. Maybe I should also go find the wood for these things. Actually, you know what I'm going to do? I have a plan. But first, let's find our wood. So, back in the textures thing, let's do that. Let's go into the folders first, actually. Let's go to textures and create a new folder. Whoops. For the wood. I'm going to change my view so it's not confusing. And I'm going to actually try to get close to... use something like this. This is pretty close. And we go to Documents, Texture, Wood. So let's go here, Wood, extract here. I hit Enter again. Let's delete that, and let's just go ahead and create the material. So there we have new material, Shift A, texture, image texture. Let's bring that there. Let's open this up. Assets, textures, wood, color. Ooh, that looks nice. Fuck yeah. Cool. Let's look at this again. Cool. This uses that same material too. So, we could add a normal, but I'm not going to. Let's go to UV. So as I said before, a lot of this texture stuff I'm really just trying to get the UVs right. So when I bring it into Unity and I actually put the materials on there that it's going to be seen in game, it'll look good. So we're just trying to get the normals right. So you can half-ass the shading and the materials in here if you want. I'm going to do Smart UV Unpack again. This looks good. This actually looks really good. Just gonna scale it a bit. Perfect. And we're gonna do the same thing here. So let's hit the material option over here and let's go and find this. Let's make sure we call this wood so I know what it is. Let's do U, Smart UV. And that looks good. Cool. And now, for my secret plan, let's do the shelves. So the shelves are going to be like this black wood. But what I'm going to do is, and I'll do the same thing in Unity, is I'm just going to make the color darker here. Can I do that? Thank you. Make the color darker here. I usually never go like all the way like pitch black, because then it like screws with the lighting or something like that. So just a little bit above is nice. So let's add a normal map, and I'm going to add the normal of the wood we just downloaded to here. So let's do texture, image texture, color. And let's go to asset, wood, normal. And that's pretty sick. So we'll want to UV this properly too. So if we choose all of that, and we do, nope, not that, U, Smart UV Unwrap. That looks pretty good. And I'm just going to scale it so that the wood normals isn't so big. We're going to do the same thing here. So let's do, I think I already had it set, so let's do black wood. And let's just scale this up a bunch to make sure that it's nice. And then, let's select the walls. So this wall, actually, I want to be brick as well. So I'm just going to select this whole thing, press P to make its own thing, and I'm actually going to hit this, and I'm going to press J, and I'm going to join these together. So let's select this wall in the back, which is, I mean, it's this whole thing. This would be pretty simple to UV, so let's just do that, and then I'm just going to try to scale this over here and try to match it with the bricks that we already did. That's pretty close, and it works for me. And so for the rest of this, for the rest of the walls, we can do, I want that drywall on it, so I'm going to go and I'm going to hit drywall, and I'm going to select all of it, smart UV unwrap. And ooh, the floor is definitely, definitely don't want the floor to be that. So actually, since we have it selected here in edit mode, let's press P selection. I'm just going to turn that off. Whoops. I'm going to make sure I have just the floor selected and turn that texture off. Go back to the walls, into edit mode, select all, U, and I'm just going to scale this. And it looks good. Cool. And there's also this piece right here that I'm going to go into edit mode, select all, press U to unwrap, and then I'm going to add this drywall texture. And I'm going to scale it just a little bit, but it should be good. Nice. Ooh, we can add the glass texture to this. Oh, this was supposed to be wood as well, so let's go ahead and add the wood material to that, and let's press U to UV this out. If you, like I said, if any of your UVs are like kind of weird, you can just go to Smart UV Project. I just know that I got rid of a lot of faces, so these unwrap pretty cleanly. So I'm gonna rotate this so it goes with the grain of the wood, and that should be good. Nice. All right, and now let's keep moving forward. This brick is way redder than it looked. I actually do want to change it out. Let's see what we got here. Let's go back to the brick. Let's go to our files. Like, I like the brick, but it's a bit too red. Let's do open with GIMP. And we'll try to manipulate the colors a bit to make it look a bit more like what we want. So if we go to colors, hue and saturation, you can kind of change this. Beige is going to be a hard color to hit. It's going to be like right there. I may have the best luck just like desaturating it, saving this as a black and white, and then in Unity change the color there. So I'm just going to do that, and we'll mess with it later. So let's go back in here. What I want is a metal material. I want a black metal and a white, or a black metal and a gray metal. So let's go to here, and let's type in metal and see what we can find. Black metal. Perfect. Let's create folders for these. Alright, so this is the we're back in Blender. This is the black metal, so let's download this. Textures, black metal, save. Let's go back and let's find a nice clean gray metal. Perfect. Let's go textures, gray metal, there you are. Nice. So let's open both of these up. Extract here, and black metal, extract here. I'm just going to delete that, I don't need it. I don't need it in here either. And let's create these.
material. So new, do gray metal, caps. And let's do texture, image texture, open, assets, textures, gray metal, color. Let's do normal map. Let's duplicate this, bring this down there. Let's add the normal. Just press the decimal on the numpad to reorient my camera. Let's bring the roughness down. Let's bring the metallic all the way up. Let's bring the specular up, I guess. So that's a gray metal. And let's add this to some things. Let's add it to this. And let's add it to this. And now let's create a black metal material. And one of the things I want to have that is this. But I don't want the light bulb to have that. So I'm actually going to do, I'm in edit mode. I'm going to press 2 for edge select and select that. Press U, mark seam, press 3 for face mode, L to select all of these. And it stops at the seams like I mentioned before. Press P to make its own selection, and now this and that are both separate. So let's do black metal. Let's add a texture, image texture. Come on. Let's do assets, textures, black metal, color. Let's duplicate this. Let's do texture, image. No, that's not what I want. I want normal map. There we go. Let's bring the color there, and let's make sure we select the normals. And one thing I didn't do with these objects is all of these need to be UV edited. Let's just do smart UV project. Perfect. And I'm just going to scale this up a bunch. So that looks cool. And let's do the same thing, smart UV project. And I'm going to, oops. So you see how it is a weird shape kind of, is because I probably scaled this in object mode. So let's do that. Do it again. Oops. Smart UV project. And I guess I lied. I don't know why it does that. I'm just gonna just ignore it. It's fine. Look, it looks good. Look at that. What else do I want to have this black metal material? The bottom of the sofa's here, of course. I'm just gonna do cube projection actually, and then I'm gonna do black metal, and that looks good. So as you can see, we're getting there. It's all coming together. We may have to do some weird things for the lights and lamps in GIMP, but before we do that, let's go back to shading and let's select the things that we want to have an emissive texture on it, like these. We're gonna go into UV editing, in edit mode, press A to select all, and U. Oh, am I missing? Looks like I missed this one face, so let's join that and let's do that. And now let's go to shading, new, emissive. Let's delete that. Let's do emit. Did I spell emissive wrong? Emissive. Brighty thingy. Okay, we're gonna create. Look, it's a brighty thingy. Give it a little bit of a warm tone. That might have been too much. That's fine. So this should also be in here if I did it correctly. It did. And what am I trying to do? Let's select this decimal. I want this to have it. Pretty thingy. And let's do, oops. Let's go to this light bulb object and make sure that it is UV'd out properly. So neat. Is there anything else? Yes. This light bulb thingy also needs, I'm going to do this the same way. Actually, I'm going to make, press 2, I'm going to select all of these. I'm going to press U, mark seam, and then go into the face select, L, press P. I want this whole thing to be bright. And then I'm going to go ahead. Let's press edit and let's do U, smart UV unwrap. And let's go ahead and add the emissive texture to that on the inside. Let's look at what color this thing is. That is a very clear silver color, so which means we could probably add our gray metal to this. Select all of it, press smart UV unwrap, and have it look dope pretty easily. And then the actual face of this is a bit different. Let's see if we can find like a lampshade texture. What happens if I type in lamp? Nothing happens. Alright, here's another trick. If you go to Google and you type in lamp texture, you can type in anything, and then if you go to images, you can go to tools, usage rights, labeled for reuse, and then you can find something that is legal to reuse. If you notice a cut, it's because I couldn't find anything and I decided to snag something. Ooh, look at this. That's trippy. Ooh. No. Let's... These are just fabric. Yeah, these are just fabric. So let's just do fabric. Let's see what we can find. This is pretty good. Let's download and I'm going to try to see if we can. We're going to have to manipulate this a bit. Let's see how this, I mean, that whole thing is kind of bright. Textures, let's do lamp fabric. We're gonna, that's where we're gonna save this, lamp fabric. Let's extract here. Let's delete this and let's open this up with GIMP. Let's do filters, or let's do color. Can't do hue and saturation. Is this grayscale again? What the fuck? That's so stupid. Why did they do that? RGB color. Alright, let's go to color, hue, saturation. Let's see. I mean, it's gray. I guess you can't change the hue. Alright, let's do something. Overlay. Boom. Perfect. Look at that. And then, on top of all of this, you can do, hit that. Yeah, we can do this. And then we can do overlay again. That's too much. Let's just take this down a bit. That's perfect. No, it's not. It's not. That's perfect. Cool. Let's save this. Textures. Lamp fabric. Lamp. Epic. And let's try to do the. What if I did cube projection? That doesn't look right. Let's just unwrap. That looks good actually. That'll be fine. Actually no, it won't. Crap. Here's the thing. Let's create this material. Lamp texture. Cool. Alright, Shift A, text image texture. Let's put one here. Let's go here. Assets, textures, lamp fabric, lamp. And let's add it to emission too. I think that's what we need to do, hopefully. Let's move this over here. Let's do that. Let's do Shift A. Let's add in a normal map. Let's add that to the normal. Let's add this, and let's add this. Let's go here, and let's make sure we have the right thing. So basically, I put that gradient on there, so the bottom is white, and the top is, I mean, it's also white, but it's not as white, so I'm gonna mark this, and I'm trying to UV this out to where it's brighter up here than down here. Did I mark that? U, mark seam. Select all, U. Ugh. Sure. Let's do rotation and scale and make sure there's just no. It's not. It wasn't. I'm just fucked. What if, crazy idea, I know, add 2 seams. It's just garbage. It's just. What if I did this? Can I control the amount of emission? No, you would do that with. Let's go back here. Let's fix this by doing radial. Cool. I think that's kind of working. Wait, is it? Yeah, it is. It totally is. And then also, let's do like this. Let's bring this like way down. Well, actually, fuck. That's not what I wanted. Let's do something like that, and then something like that. Let's bring this way down. Actually, this is pointless because you could just do this in Unity. So I'm gonna just leave it like it was. A mess. It's fine. We're gonna add that same material to here. What did I call that? Lamp? Brighty thingy? Lamp texture. Why didn't I see it? There it is. UV. Let's make this good. Go
Let's select one of these. I pressed Alt and selected that. Mark seam. Ooh. Why did you do that? Why does it look so bad? What do you mean? Mark seam. Ooh. Oh yeah. Well, actually, this could work out. Let's see how this. Let's see where this goes. My gradient doesn't really work. That kind of works right there. I don't know. This is fine. No, it's not. It's not fine at all, actually. Let's do radial. Let's try this again. Let's do this. Ooh, lamp. It's definitely better. Is it though? Is it though? I mean, I guess. Let's call this lamp 2. And let's go to shading and let's create a new material. I'll call this lamp 2. Texture, image texture, open, assets, textures, lamp, fabric, lamp 2. Lamp 2 is kind of a disappointment, not gonna lie. And then let's go to UV editing, and now that it's a seamless texture again because I don't have a gradient over it, I can just scale it. And it should look fine in Unity. I guess we will see and find out. What next? We need to add a texture to the bed, the couch, this plant. I know what we can do. Let's get a bark material. Hey, this looks cool. Let's go into our folders, create some folders for this. Let's do folder bark. And then let's do folder. We're going to find some kind of paint for the pot. Textures, bark, save. And then let's go to, let's do drywall again. There was some painted stuff with that actually may look good. Like this red might actually look good. So let's download this. And let's go to textures and let's go to paint pot. And awesome. So bark, extract here. All right, let's select this, delete textures.
Dry, no, that's not what I wanted. What did I do? Painted pot, that's what I want. Extract here, delete, and now we can create these. But we also need some dirt, so let's find some good dirt. This is some beautiful dirt. Let's create a folder for it. Textures. Actually, I can just do it in here. New folder, dirt. Save. Show in folder. Extract here. Cool. Now let's go and add all of these. I'm gonna go ahead and select this and something else, and if I press the decimal on the numpad, I shoot to it with my camera. Let's add dirt, and we can do, I mean, it's pretty simple. I'm just going to do diffuse. Let's do texture, image, open, assets, textures, painted pot, color. That's the wrong thing I wanted. That is not what I wanted. I wanted textures, I wanted dirt. Perfect. And then we can go here. Oops. We can go here, do new. This is pot. We can do texture, image texture, base color, open, assets, textures, paint pot, color. There we go. And then this can be the bark. So bark, texture, image texture, base color, open, assets, textures, bark, color. And let's go in here. That is texture paint. That's not what I wanted. Let's go back to modeling, or let's go to UV editing. Make sure we're in the right mode. So let's select this and UV this properly. Let's go to I have 3 plants in here, so let's make sure we go to each one. We have to first make sure that these are separate. So we can go now and add dirt. If you didn't see what I did there, I selected this object, tab to go into edit mode, 3 to select faces, like that. Press P to separate, to make it its own selection. Go back into object mode, select this by itself, tab into edit, press A to control all. Come over here, press U, which is the hotkey to basically just go to unwrap. Go back into object mode and go to dirt, and look, easy peasy. So I'm just gonna make this easier. I'll select each one. Yeah, I'm gonna make this easier. Select all of these. Go to tab into edit mode. A to control, select all. U, let's do smart UV unwrap. Perfect. And let's just scale this out. And now I need to select the pot material and put it on each one of these pots. Yay, so now we're getting to the bark. One thing to note about these, since I created this using vertices and the skin mesh modifier, it creates a lot of vertices. So I like to decimate these by going to modifier, decimate, and just bring it down, and hopefully it doesn't start to look like garbage. Press apply. And then I do smart UV project, and it's usually sufficient. So I'm going to do the same thing here. Go to the modifiers, decimate. Let's bring it down till it looks okay. Perfect. And then we're going to go into edit mode. A to select all. U to unwrap. Smart UV project. Okay. And then let's go over here. Same thing. Go into edit mode, A to select all. Well, in object mode, you go to decimate. Let's just bring it down. Apply. Select all in edit mode. Smart UV project. Perfect.
And now we can go to shading and create the material for the bark, which I already did. Cool. Let's go to modeling. We can add that now to each one. Go to UV editing. New bark. And bark. And cool. I'm gonna just grab these out because the textures for the bark tends to be pretty up close, so I'm just gonna stretch these out a bit so it looks a bit better. So if we zoom in on here, we will get a better look at what I'm doing. There we go. Much better. And now those are all taken care of. Now what? Let's find the carpet for the floor. How about that? Carpet. I want like a gray or something. Ooh, not a lot of options. That's fine. What if I did this? I want to find another wood texture too. This is kind of cool, actually. This is dope. Let's do this one. Why not? So textures. Let's create a new folder for it. Carpet. And save. And now let's select this floor. Ooh, you know what we could do right now that I forgot about? We could add the gray metal to that, and we can UV this out. That looks bad. Let's do smart UV. And why is that fucking weird? I don't know. Let's just scale it out and pretend like it's fine. I keep saying that, but it is okay. Like, it's fine. Shading. Let's make sure we got the floor selected, and we're gonna create that carpet texture. Carpet. And so let's go to texture, image texture. Did I unzip that file? Let's find out. Texture, carpet. It did not extract here. Let that extract. We can go and select this. Delete that, and we can now go and select our carpet texture. Nice, this actually looks good, I like this. Let's go to UV editing. While we have the floor selected, we can press U over here, and let's just scale it till it looks like something that makes sense. That makes sense. Let's go find another wood floor texture, because I want something in there, and let's try to get something that matches what we have already, but is... maybe I should just go ahead and use the same thing again. So if I go to wood... Let's look at this in the modeling mode. This is actually probably fine. It doesn't look bad. It looks good. Yeah, it looks good. I don't hate that. It looks pretty good. We could actually... I'm going to make this that wood too. So let's go to UV editing to make sure it looks good. I'm not doing anything too crazy. Add that wood material. Let's make sure it's rotated the right way. Let's pull up that wood so we can actually see what we're doing. And then this, and this, I'm actually going to just join together because they're going to be the same material. So just selected each one in object mode, Control J, and then I'm going to go into edit mode while I have them selected. A to select all, Press U in the UV window to UV it automatically, and let's go ahead add the black metal to it. And I'm just going to stretch this out a bit. I think that's going to look cool. And then I'm going to add the gray metal to this. Go in edit mode, select all, press U. Cool. I think that looks dope. Yeah, and then in game I'm gonna put, so right now it's drywall, but I'm gonna put a mirror in front of this, in front of the drywall. I think it'll look good. Actually, I should make this something else. So I just selected this. Went into edit mode, select this face, press P to make its own selection, and now I have it as its own selection, and I am going to create a new object, or create a new material just for this, because it can replicate a mirror without it being a mirror, and so when you turn on the mirror it can do its thing. So let's do new, let's just call it mirror, and how should we do this? I guess roughness should be all the way down, specular should be all the way up, and then this should be like that. Boom. Or we can make it a bit grayer. There we go. Look, it's a mirror, basically. Nice. What should we do now? We need to get some fabric for this sofa, but first, we could probably join a lot of these together. Like all of this, this, and this, and this. Like they don't need to be separate. So Control J after selecting all of them. Let's go to UV editing, and let's press A, and let's do Smart UV Project. Look at that. Actually, the background is going to be different than these cushions, so let's select this object, go into object mode, let's press 3 for face select, and let's highlight over each cushion, press P to make it its own object. So now it's two objects. That makes more sense. But these pillows, I don't know what I'm doing with these pillows yet. So I guess we should, I know what I'm going to do with these pillows. I'm going to press shading, I'm going to press new, I'm going to press fabric, and I'm going to do image texture. I'm going to grab, that's not what I wanted. Texture, lamp fabric, and I'm just going to select the color fabric. Nice. We can use that for at least the bed pillows. So I'm gonna actually press 2 in edit mode. I'm gonna Alt press on all the edges here. I should have done this before, but that's fine. U, mark seam. And let's do it to this too. Holding Alt and Shift to select all these edges at the same time. U, mark seam. Let's do that. Let's select that, do that. Oh, why is this all fucked? I don't know. I'm gonna join these together, and I'm gonna go into edit mode, A to select all of them. Actually, let's do that. And then press Shift D to duplicate, and we're gonna bring it right over. That looks good. And if we just scale this, whoops, press A to select everything, S to scale. Let's just scale this up. Looks good. We can do the same thing to this. I think it'll look good with the same fabric. So we can just do Smart UV and scale this up even more. So that's neat. That's neat. There's still several things that we need a UV. Like I'm gonna do like maybe 3 different book textures. The rest of the bed, the rest of the couch. But we are getting there. And it's gonna look even better when we get into Unity and I get a bit more freedom with these, because there's really no need to really fuck with the node system in Blender when all the intention is going to be going into creating the materials in Unity once we get over there. So let's, you know what we can do? We can add, let's Smart UV this, and let's add the gray metal to this. Where is it? A, B, C, D, E, F, G. There we go. Cool. Look at that. It's perfect. Smart UV unwrap. Gray metal. Nice. And this is what we got going on over here. We could add the gray metal to these as well. So that's what I'm gonna do. Gray metal. Do that. UV it out. And that should look good. Yep. Nice. Alright, so let's, I guess, move forward with more fabric stuff. We need more different colored fabric. I should do like a leather for the bottom part, like a black leather, and then a white fabric for this. This actually may work with the fabric we just, the fabric material we just made, actually. All the way out. And that doesn't really look that good. Let's see what we can find in here again. Let's download this one. Texture, new, black fabric. Should be noted that I'm kind of going through this quickly in terms of UVing and adding materials. Normally, when you're trying to create an optimized space, you want to go through an atlas as much as possible and not be so lazy with it. But I'm kind of just trying to show, for the purpose of showing you how to go about doing this. So I think the way I'm showing it is actually beneficial to you if you are a beginner and not familiar with UVing in Blender at all. So I think this will help you. Or maybe I'm just making excuses for being lazy. You'll never know. Ooh, I like this white. Ooh, that might be a better mattress color, actually. Kind of like that a lot. White fabric. What other fabrics can I download? Like what would look good on the pillow? Like redwood, but I don't know. Oh, red would actually look good. I think I would like that. Red fabric. Red fabric. Alright, let's get in here and undo all those. red fabric, extract here. White fabric, extract here. Black fabric, extract here. Nice. Alright, now let's create some materials for these. New black fabric. Let's bring the roughness up. Texture, image texture, here we go. Open. Assets, textures, black fabric. That is epic. UV editing. Let's just scale it, because we already smart UV'd this. Yeah, that looks good. I actually like that a lot. Cool. Alright. White fabric. What I just did there is I pressed this to duplicate the material I had, so it made a new one. So I'm just going to go ahead and edit this. White fabric. White. Here we are. Fabric fab. Yeah, that looks good. Fuck. And now let's do red fabric. Red fabric. Texture, image texture, let's add that there. Let's bring the roughness up, like I said. Assets, textures, red, fabric, color. This is good. UV editing. I'm going to do the same thing I did with the pillows at the top. Let's select these. Mark seam. Let's do the same thing to this. Alt click. I'm in edit mode. I don't know if you noticed, but I'm getting a bit lazy with describing everything that I'm doing, so I hope you're able to follow along. And if you can't, oof, I guess. Alright, mark seam. Alright, let's do that. So, UV in here, clicking the object I want, tab to go to edit mode, A to select all that. U in the UV window to, oops, to UV out, and I'm gonna actually join these together. Press, actually no, I won't, because normally I would, but I might want to duplicate these in Unity and create some pickup objects. Or I might make these pickup objects, I don't know. So let's select all of these, go like that. A to select everything, and let's just scale these up. And I'm going to drag this material onto each one of these, and this looks really good. I like this. Really good. Good job, me. Alright. Let's put that white fabric that I downloaded and make that the mattress. Right, so let's just go and find that white fabric I created. Here it is. That actually looks really good. I'm going to put it on here as well. White fabric. Let's do Smart UV project, scale. I'm going to try to make it match the mattress on the top. And that looks good, and I'm gonna add the red fabric to this because I think it would look nice. Oops. Let's do UV, Smart UV project, and scale this. And it does look nice. Cool. And now all we really have to do is the books. And the books and the doors. I think I know what I should do for the doors. Let's search drywall again. Oops, that's not what I wanted. And I'm gonna choose one of these. I think this would actually look good on the door frames. Or actually maybe not. These kind of look like garbage.
I know what I'm gonna use that same drywall texture that I used, but I'm gonna use a different material with it because I don't want it to be the same as the walls. Because the walls in Unity, I'm gonna make them a bit of a different color using the material options in Unity, while in here I can just go ahead and I'm just leaving it how it is. So let's go. So yeah, what am I doing? Drywall. Here, I can just go here and drag this onto what I want. So I'm going to do Smart UV Project. Let's scale this up. Whoa. Select all of it, Smart UV Project. Wow, that's... the light's not really hitting that properly. Should be fine. If I run into problems, we can always come back. Like I said, reminder that I'm just trying to get this ready for Unity, and we're almost there. We just have to UV out this last thing. Part of me thinks this is really bad. It'll be good, probably. So let's look at the UV for this again. I need to make something that... well, this is going to be real simple. We're going to create this object. Let's do new. We'll create a small texture. This is going to be super simple. Let's cover that up. Let's go to not paintbrush, pencil. Let's do 1. Let's do like 50. Let's do like 200. There we go. And then let's do this. I'll be the pages, and then we're gonna make a couple colors for the books. Super simple. There we go. Our book texture is done. This is good, I promise. Book. Oops, caps. Oh well. Control Shift E to export a book. Book. Alright, I'll show you how great this is. Oh my god. Let's go to shading. Let's go to the book I have selected. Let's do new. Let's do book. Let's do texture, image texture, base colors, open, assets, texture, book, book. It's beautiful. Now, if we go here, we can go to book, and open it up. And this is the pages, this is the cover. And we can just put these wherever we want. Now there's a lot of books here, this might take a second. Hold up, I can speed this up somehow. There's a faster way to do this. I'm sure. I haven't figured out what it is yet. Give me a sec. I think I have an idea. I'm going to join all these together. Oop, did I miss? Look, those are perfect books. Okay, my idea. How am I gonna speed this up? I am going to select a bunch of random books. I want both of these. I'll take both of those. And then I'll UV all these at once. And these are all going to be red, and yeah, those are all going to be red books. Then I'll go into object mode, press Ctrl J to join them all, and then I'll add the book material to them. And they're beautiful. And now I'm going to select a bunch more. And this book is going to be, whoa. Why are these all weird? Not red, I just did red. They're gonna be blue books. And then in object mode, J, or Control J, book. Look at that, perfect blue books. And let's select more books. Come on, select. Select. Tab. Let's grab all of these. These are going to be brown books. Alright, back in object mode, Control J, book. Look at all these brown books. And now let's grab the rest of the books. And these books are going to be green. I forgot to grab the books in the other shelf. That's fine. Ooh, there's going to be a lot of green books on this shelf. It's going to be the coolest shelf ever. I'm losing it. I don't know if you can tell. Sick. Tab. Select all these. These are green books. And then we select all these, and that's the pages. And then we go to Control J, and then we go to here, and then we go book. And look, it's done, kind of. What is this? Why did I miss one? This book is gonna be brown. Let's do that. So let's just join all these together. Join. There's a shelf in here that has been excluded. Join. And then I need to do these, because I forgot. This is gonna be red books. Book. And these are gonna be green books. And then these are going to be brown books, I guess. Join them together. Book. The rest of these are going to be blue, I guess. Cool. We did it. No, we didn't. Control J. Control J. Control J. Control J. Let's just join them to these. By the way, the more objects you join together, the better performance your world is, because like every game object that you have to load gets counted as a draw call, and draw calls are what causes lag, pretty much. That's a good way to think of it. Did we do it? Is this everything? I think it is. So this is the room. This is how it looks in Blender. We're gonna manipulate a lot of the materials in Unity, so it's actually gonna end up looking much different from this, but yeah, here it is as of right now. Sick.